but if we need Welcome everybody to the Kentucky State University Third Thursday program. I'm Jody Thompson with K-State's Forestry and Natural Resources program, and I'm very grateful to have been asked by Sherry Spiegel to help develop this natural resources program for the day. Also, I'm very thankful to get to work with the great and experienced media and communications team that K-State also has that puts on an outstanding program and production and all the things that they do. Anyway, so like I said, this is a natural resources management program today, and it was made possible by the great experienced speakers that came together after only one ask. These folks who work in this field are just always so great to work with. We have speakers from the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, from the Office of Kentucky Nature Preserves, our very own Dr. Sean Lucas, and then I'll be providing some content at the end of the program as well. Of note, those of you who have been involved and who have attended Third Thursdays in the past, you might be interested to know that this is K-State's 25th year of putting on Third Thursday programs. So with that, we're going to roll right into, actually, let me back up a couple of housekeeping items. Some of you heard that we were offering pesticide CEUs for the program. Because of inclement weather that we were planning for, we weren't able to get those together for a virtual program. So for those of you that are interested, please be on the lookout for a notification very soon, within the next few days, about another program that we'll do that will be to help you get some pesticide CEUs. Check that out. Look at that at KYSU Ag on Facebook. They have a Third Thursday page, the land grant program through Kentucky State through Facebook. There's lots of notifications about different things that go on there. So if you're not checking that out, make it part of your regular thing. So anyway, this program is going to be really, really beneficial to you that are doing any kind of natural systems management, or that may be interested in introducing more sustainable practices to your lands, whether you're a hobby farmer, a commercial farmer, a recreational landowner, whatever it might be. So anyway, so as I stumble through this introduction, let me go ahead and introduce Jacob Stewart. Jacob is the Private Lands Program Coordinator with the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, and he's going to be our first two presentations. And the first one, Jacob is going to introduce you to the Private Lands Program. And I'm going to get out of the way with that and hand it over to Jacob.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jacob Stewart. I'm with Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources. I am the Private Lands Program Coordinator, and I'm here to talk to you about what the Private Lands Program is. So I'll just jump right into it. So again, I'm here to talk about why we have a Private Lands Program for Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources. What we actually do. Well, what do we provide to the public, and what could you expect if we were to come to your place and give you some advice, and how we do it. So I'm going to kind of just discuss those three things, and hopefully by the end of this, you'll have a little bit better idea of what the Private Lands Program at Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife has to offer you to manage your property and to move the bar forward to meet your goals and objectives for your property. Just a quick overview of the why. Why do we have a private? What's the importance of managing private land? The map here that you're looking at is the map of the public hunting areas. This comes straight from our hunting guide. And if you look at it there, we have somewhere around 120 public hunting areas. That is ranging from Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife owned to hunting agreements to Daniel Boone National Forest. That's represented there. The amount of public land that is there available for the public to hunt on is about 1.6 million acres. That seems like a whole lot, and that is a whole lot of land. But in the scheme of things, the whole state of Kentucky is 25 6.5 million acres. So the amount of public land that's available for the public to hunt is only about 6%. And that's not just talk about hunting. The whole point of the private lands program and what we're here to talk about today is the management of the natural resources and the importance of that, especially on private property. So if you just look at the numbers there, to manage a population of any kind of animals or plants, both, it is very important that we manage private property to push the ball forward and to keep species common. So, the three things that wildlife need are food, cover, and water. And that's what we're here about to talk about today, about providing those things. And it's each species is a little bit different and a little bit different how you manage. But at the end of the two talks I'm going to do today, I hopefully get across to you that by managing your property, you increase the opportunities to enjoy, if you're hunting, watching, these species in the state of Kentucky. So the makeup of Kentucky, this is the land cover of how Kentucky is broken up. If the yellows on this map show the grassland pasture of Kentucky, the dark green is the forest of Kentucky, and your brown is your crop, and the white is your urban areas. So I just want to kind of show you the state of Kentucky, how diverse it is, and the importance of managing based on what is on the landscape, and the importance of managing your piece of the pie to meet the needs for the rest of the state, and the importance of the different practices you may use to address your needs and the landscape, the bigger landscape, and the populations of wildlife as you're managing. So we have biologists across the state. I'll get into a little bit later in the talk about where they are in the state and what we have to offer as far as that goes. But so the why we have a private lands program is to provide technical guidance to the private landowners, because as an agency, we see the importance of the private land and it being managed correctly to make sure that we, in our situation for Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife, have species to hunt and enjoy, as well as recover them if they're endangered, or just for viewing pleasure. And again, your goals may be, something other than that, but we're here to help you reach your goals and to meet the wildlife management and the habitat management goals that you may have for your property. So that was the why. So we're going to jump into what we do. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the conservation technical guidance that we provide. I got a few maps and examples showing just some everyday. This is actually two farms. One is on the Franklin Shelby line, and the other one is in Spencer County, I do believe. So I'll jump right into the first one. So this landowner right here came to me and was interested in managing quail on their property. This map shows what their farm looks like the day I went out to the farm. They had 3 paddocks up front that they run a little small cattle operation in. And then the 16.5 acres, the next field back, was a hay field. And then the 2 next fields, the 37 acres and the 30.4 acres, were crop fields at the time I went out there. So they're interested in again, making this a working farm, but they're also interested in quail and quail management. So some suggestions that I had for the landowner to meet both those needs as far as farming and having quail, so you could have both at the same time. One of the first options was keeping the same front 3 paddocks, adding 3 more paddocks across the back with waters, and adding a native warm season grass paddock to help with cover early and nesting cover, while the other fields are being grazed early in the spring. The native warm season grass will provide another option to allow for nesting to happen before it becomes prime time to either cut that hay or allow the cattle to come in and graze. So by setting the farm up like this, it increases their amount of forage base that they have, as well as diversifies their forage base. And as you also see, there was 2 ponds, and up top they wanted to do a wildflower planting up top to add some more diversity for pollinators and quail alike, for brooding cover and that kind of stuff. So just another option of how just adding some fence to a situation can better your grazing system, but also make it better for quail, for nesting, and just having some habitat there for them year round. And this was another option, keeping the same grazing and haying, but just adding some buffers around their crop fields. Those are stream drainages, and by adding the buffers through CRP, or just in general themselves, a pollinator or a grass buffer, it allows cover not only in the winter but in the spring for brooding and that kind of stuff if managed correctly. So again, to diversify their farm, not taking their whole farm out of production, we're able to meet their objectives of keeping agricultural production, but add just a little bit of stuff to help the wildlife as we go. So this right here is kind of a combination of both of the grazing and the row crops, and just looking at how to diversify your farm, both to meet your wildlife objectives and your agriculture objectives, and how it can be done. So these are just more examples of plans that we will help come to your farm and help you sit down and help you meet your objectives. Again, when I go and when we meet with landowners, the goal is to meet your objectives and to work with you through those, to give you options, show you what's there, show you by tweaking just things just a little bit on how you can change your landscape to be better for wildlife and for production wise. But one thing to keep in mind is the importance of landscape context as well. If you can see around this farm, it's all crop ground. There's no cover anywhere. So, by adding some cover, and I did hear quail, actually, this was in March. I did hear quail call on this property while we were there. So again, having quail on your property definitely increases your chance for success moving forward. All right, so this is a little bit different piece of property. This piece of property, the gentleman was just interested in wildlife. It's a recreational landowner. The only thing he was interested in is managing for wildlife. So as you see here, I got a whole lot of different stuff planned, and we'll jump into this a little bit deeper as far as full farm management in the next conversation. But this is just a good example of a different objective that this landowner had. He just wanted to use this for deer, turkey, and it was also interested in quail, but not as much as the deer and turkey. So giving them options to manage. And when we come out and when we talk to you about this stuff, again, we're here to help you meet your objectives of what you want to enjoy on your property, and tell you how to do that to meet the wildlife needs on your property. So this is just another example of a whole lot of practices. And again, we'll talk about this property in a little more detail in the next conversation we have, talking about whole farm planning and the importance of it and the importance how it lays on the landscape. Next, I'm going to just kind of break down into, again, the importance of what we do and why we do it and some of the practices we use to meet goals and objectives. If you look at the state of Kentucky, the amount of forest land across the state is all in the green on this map. There is 13 million acres of forest across the state of Kentucky. that is a good amount. And through Kentucky Division of Forestry, who goes out and do plots across the state of Kentucky, what has been shown is over time, the forest in Kentucky is maturing, which is a good thing to have a good mature forest. But what we've also seen in the wildlife realm is the decline in species that require early successional habitat. And when I say early successional habitat, I'm talking about shrubby cover. If you look at the center picture of this, of all these pictures, that's some rough leaf dogwood. And that's what we're talking about, shrubby cover, young trees. If you look to the right, that is a shelter wood cut that was done on clay WMA to help create some of this early successional habitat, to help take a piece of ground and diversify it. And that's what we're here to do is to increase the diversity on your property, because I've never heard diversity be a bad thing, no matter what it is. Stock market to wildlife management, diversity is a key to success and to make your property and our landscape across Kentucky the most useful as we can. So these are just some practices that we utilize in a forested landscape to help landowners meet that goal of early successional habitat or forest management. And I was talking about KDF doing surveys on the aging forest. They've also seen that as our forest is aged, we're also trending towards more of a mesic forest, more wet forest that is dominated by maple. If you look at this center picture here, it's a good example. This was a forest stand improvement project that was done on a wildlife management area. And just by chance, I went to check it out after it was done. And I got to the site and you could see the sun in the middle of this picture. If you look to the left, you see that there's hardly any sun getting to the ground. There's no vegetation on the forest floor. It's really shaded. If you look to the right of the sun, you can see some trees that are browned up, but you see your sun getting down to the forest floor, and you're seeing a good herbaceous layer in here. This is what we're trying to get. Is when I say diversify the forest, is to put add another component that's on the right hand side, your herbaceous layer. And the reason why this site was actually done was the brown trees you're seeing there are some young maples that are in the mid-story that we're removing. And this is a white oak stand to try to, increase the amount of white oak that is in the stand. At this stand, the overstory was white oak, but the mid-story was nothing but maple. So we went out and kind of thinned out the mid-story to get some filtered light in to hopefully encourage some white oak production, which is, for not only wildlife, but for if you're interested in the timber aspect, white oak is a sought after species. So not only are we managing this on the aspect, it's good for wildlife, but it's also good as a whole for forest management for a whole lot of different things. And I spoke to the top picture here was a shelter wood cut, which meant we came in here and we took a good percentage of the overstory out and opened it up, and we left some good seed oak trees available to produce seed. It's just another technique of trying to ensure that we have oak on the landscape moving forward. Again, on the bottom left, prescribed fire, which we do have a conversation from Maddy here in a little bit on prescribed fire on your place. So I won't dive deep into it, but it is, again, another tool to help diversify your forest and your landscape. The top left, you can kind of see this is a wide open field with what we call hard edge in the wildlife world. So you go straight from field to mature forest. So what we do is one of the most productive habitats we have is the transition zones. So the edge zones between any types of habitat, going from this one would be from a grassland to a forest. But the goal here is to take out some unwanted trees, which a lot of the trees in here was some invasive species that will be talked about later. Some hackberry, some black locust, honey locust, just some trees that aren't as sought after. And we'd knock the edge back by hack and squirt or chemical, or actually chainsaw removing these trees for 50 to 100 foot back in the hopes to get what you have here in the center as your rough leaf dogwoods, your wild plums, your blackberry patches. So what we're trying to do here is transition from this grass field to a shrubby cover slowly into your more mature forest. And that transition zone is going to be highly productive for any species that you can think of in Kentucky, for nesting, for food, and just for cover. Just so you're trying to provide, again, the food and the cover all together in one place. All right, next, 6 million acres of pasture or / hay. So there's wasn't a good way to differentiate between what is pasture and what's hay in this, or what is even an old field, which may just be some good wildlife habitat that shows up as non-forest. So we got 6 million acres of that across the state. And as you'll see here, the diversity of Kentucky, I'll go back to the forest map. The forest map, forest heavy to the east. As we move through, you'll see your hay pastures heavier in the central part of the state. And this is kind of lends itself to the landscape of Kentucky. So it kind of tells you the history and kind of like the wildlife use that you'll see across Kentucky. So pasture hayland practices that we talk about in pasture hayland. So these, again, here is on the top picture. This was actually a whole cedar stand that when I worked on a WMA, we worked on wanting to clear this out to open it up to include some diversity in this area. But we also took those cedars and sunk them in Cave Run Lake to make fish habitat. So it was kind of a project for the fish and the wildlife all in one. And just by removing the cedar, there was nothing planted here. We got all kinds of diversity back in to this field and diversified the area. Took it from a closed canopy cedar, very low production as far as wildlife's concerned, as far as nesting cover, brooding cover. Cedar do provide good thermal cover in the winter, but as you can see, we left some of that there, but we want to diversify the area to try to, again, the thought process is to manage for species 365 days of the year so that they don't only survive an area, but they thrive in it. So they can meet all their needs from reproduction all the way to winter and to get to reproduce the next year. So that there is just again, old field management. You take an old field, you remove fun, and you could also see this by doing a spray and walk away practice where you just simply spray the cool season grasses that may be keeping these wildflowers from coming back in. The orange here that you see is butterfly milkweed. It had a heck of a response when we opened this area up. So another thing is just annual food plots, which we'll jump into that a little bit later. But this is a crimson clover winter wheat field that we plant. Again, fire and open ground, another wonderful tool to set back succession to keep a field open, remove the trees, and you can actually thicken grass, thin grass, encourage forbs depending on when you burn it. Again, I'll let Maddy cover some of that in her conversation. And another thing that I discussed earlier was native warm season grasses for grazing. If you look in this center picture here, this is a Indian big blue stem native warm season grass field. This picture was taken in mid-July, 1st of August. If you look over the fence from this, it's a different landowner. You'll see how brown it is. All the grass is brown. Well, this goes to show you how the importance of, or how you can use native warm season grasses to help your cattle production. Like this picture says down here in the bottom right, your cash cow could be your native warm season grasses, your next cash cow. So the idea of adding some of this to your system to increase the diversity of your forage base, so you can rest those cool season grasses in the time that they're not highly productive. Warm season grasses is a good one to throw in the mix. Everything has shown that they put good weight gain on cattle. And we have a whole lot more information that we could do a whole talk just on using native warm season grasses as part of your grazing operation. And the good thing about warm season grasses is the time that you use them. It's kind of the later half of the nesting period, and studies have shown that by having these on the landscape and using them the way, by cutting the hay later and grazing them later, it allows nesting songbirds to get nest off. And so you're adding habitat while you're actually making your forage base better. So just another way that we can include wildlife into your farm management. It's definitely a good tool. All right, so now we kind of move to the cropland. 3 million acres of cropland across the state. And again, forest, far east, your main pasture grassland, center of the state, your better cropland, further to the west. It kind of separates itself in the state of Kentucky. Cropland management practices. You have buffers on the bottom left for water quality and habitat, both of them, including buffers. If you look at this one right here, the tree line going down through the edge of your crop field, if you were to plant that into crops, your yield would be very low due to the shading. So by putting this into programs, which I talk about here in a minute, may offset the cost of you planting that and losing money by planting that. This is something we kind of look at precision ag. Another example is on the top right of another buffer. Using precision ag to understand where your yields are lowest, look at your inputs on that, and do a cost analysis based on how much you're putting into it, how much you're getting yield, and all your what your bottom line is. What are you making per acre? Through other programs, can you make a business decision that also helps the wildlife? And that's been shown to happen. Again, on any types of along tree lines. Another thing you could do in this situation is if you wanted to include habitat and not take away from the field, you could edge feather this, knock back some of the edge, make it early successional habitat, and get rid of that hard edge that you hit right from your field to the edge. And another one is for this open crop ground, there's opportunities to do dove fields for hunting opportunities. If you're interested, Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife actually offers a program to pay to let the public come hunt, establish a dove field and let the public hunt it. So that is a program. So as the biologist comes, after I've talked about all these scenarios from your forest to your open fields to your crop ground, there's opportunities to add wildlife into it no matter what your goals are on your place, and not only add money to your pocket as far as, from the way you harvest trees on your property, or that you may think that, I don't really have any value here, but cedar itself has value. So some certain ways that you can do forest management can help you as far as your money goes and wildlife if planned correctly and done correctly. Open ground. There's opportunities for, again, straight wildlife, and there's also opportunities for adding your cattle production and helping wildlife and your bottom line with it, as well as your crop ground. So we have 17 biologists across the state. This map here is actually an older map. We've actually just hired, over the past month, I think 8 new biologists. So a lot of these vacancies have actually been filled. We just haven't got around to actually getting this map updated. But if you, for your area, actually Brandon Salyers was around Franklin County, was your biologist. It is now Elizabeth Johnson, who moved from Area 3 over here, which we'll be doing on Pollinator talk here in a little bit. So our biologists are located in NRCS offices. And the whole idea behind being located in the NRCS offices is we have these are partner positions to work hand in hand to provide the wildlife technical assistance to the NRCS technical providers as they're sitting there looking at the agriculture aspect. What can we add for the wildlife aspect? And hopefully try to incorporate wildlife, agriculture, everything all in one. So it's a working lands concept. So you can pretty well have your cake and eat it too. You can have wildlife and you can have your ag production working hand in hand. And that's the goal across the state of Kentucky, is take those opportunities and to provide you as landowners the information you need to make informed decisions on your property and where you see that you can work hand in hand with wildlife and ag, or just wildlife. There's plenty of opportunities of just managing for wildlife. So again, Elizabeth will talk to you here later today, and she can provide you some good contact information here in Franklin County. If you're watching this and you're outside Franklin County, by all means, you can reach out to me here in my office, and I'll get you in touch with the correct person. My phone number is there on top, and hopefully we'll be able to provide everybody with emails and phone numbers as we go through this presentation. So we have biologists who are there working with NRCS to get information out. So we went through the why and the what we do, the how we do it. So this is kind of leans more on the private lands person than us on the how. NRCS has, through the federal farm bill programs, has money to give to landowners to manage their property. Every practice I've talked about today, there is money available for a landowner to implement those on their property. If you look through these numbers, annually for wildlife, we impact about 4,000 acres a year through the EQIP program. As far as money goes, I'm not exactly sure the breakdown. Somewhere between 1.2 and $2 million a year goes to wildlife, just wildlife. That's not including the ag. The ag side of things gets somewhere around another $18 million to put good conservation on the ground. And then we have easements through the Wetland Reserve Program or Wetland Reserve easements. This is actually directed directly at wetlands and the recovery of wetlands and the restoration of them. Kentucky has 252 easements for 34,274 acres across the state that NRCS has done through easement programs. The Healthy Forest Reserve Program, 13 easements for 4,000 acres. And there's also a Conservation Stewardship Program, which this program is actually there to give benefits to landowners who are constantly doing better conservation. It pays a yearly per acre fee if you'll step up your conservation and do a little bit better. So EQIP pays you for the practices. The Conservation Stewardship Program gives you incentive to do more and to keep up your management. And then last but not least, the the Farm Service Agency, the FSA, has the Conservation Reserve Program, which is referred to as CRP, which a lot of people may have heard of. This is to help soil erosion. And in a lot of this, you have to have cropping history to enroll in CRP. As far as the general, there is a continuous CRP that's not as that you can't do whole fields with necessarily, but you can do stream buffers, which is a very important program that could be used pretty heavily here in Franklin and surrounding counties for water quality and helping establish and fencing to keep cattle out of streams and waters and that kind of stuff. And that pays a soil rental rate. So you get a rental payment for what is excluded on what you enroll in the program every year. As of right now, there's 200,000 plus acres in the state of Kentucky in CRP. So there's a lot of opportunity. The majority of the CRP is located in the far western, as you saw, is driven more by a big crop. But there is opportunity here in Franklin County and surrounding counties for the CRP program. And again, all these are tools. What we come to provide you is not how you get the money, but how you can manage your place. And then based on that, you can go and look and see if there's opportunities to help you pay to meet your management goals. So what we provide is the management plan, and then we provide the information and the contracts to help you pay for it if that's the way you decide to go. So I think that's about all I got. I don't see any questions, so I think that'll wrap it up.
Thank you so much, Jacob. That was great. I really love the scenarios that you put in there for different property types. And I know that you have a lot more of those scenarios to talk about that wouldn't fit into this program. There are a couple of questions, maybe when you move into the next thing in the Q&A section. Actually, if you happen to notice those, you can cover those as you move into your next part. But with that, the next part, oh, one more thing. Yeah, I wanted to tell everybody watching, if you do have questions, we are monitoring the chat, the YouTube chat. You're welcome to put some of those questions in there for our speakers, and we will pass them along to the speakers, and our speakers will review the Q&A section that they're looking at specifically. But anyway, next we're going to move into Jacob's next talk. Jacob offered to cover some multiple pieces of content for us. So Jacob's next going to talk about how to make food plots more beneficial, but he's not just going to talk about food plots. He's going to talk about them as a component of more whole farm planning. So with that, I'm going to step out of the way again and turn it back over to Jacob. And thanks, Jacob.
All right, everybody, I'm back at it. Now we're going to get into little bit more in depth on the habitat management practices, and the importance of planning these, planning the practices on the whole farm, to make it more functional, to put the food, water, and cover all in close proximity, to make it so wildlife aren't just surviving on your property but thriving. The more you can put those three things close together, the higher survival there is. Kind of quite, if anybody's familiar with this, is a weird thing to compare to, but car insurance. They ask you how far you drive to work every day. And the reason why they do that is the further you drive to work every day, the further you drive every day, the more chance you are to get in a wreck and have issues. So it's kind of the same thing with wildlife and food, cover, and water, putting them in close proximity, is to ensure, that the wildlife have those, to make sure they don't have to move very far. Because predators, as far as when any deer, turkey, quail, grouse, squirrels, non-game, any species you're talking about, the further they have to move to get to one of those, the greater they increase their chance of running into a predator. So this next part of this conversation, I'm going to dive into, everybody likes to, when we show up to a farm, food plots is a big topic that hits. So I'm going to kind of hit that real quick on a whole lot of different species, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time on food plots. I'm going to hit them real quick, glance over them. What I want to dive into is how you plan your farm to utilize food plots, and then how you can take that food plot and make sure that it is as beneficial as it can be for you and the wildlife. So first, I'm going to use deer as an example because that's a species that everybody loves to manage for. And the importance, these graphs are trying to show the importance of managing different types of habitat for 365 days a year. The one I really like is the bar graph over here, showing the different food sources that a deer goes for throughout the year. And it also shows that just the food plot in itself is not going to meet the needs for wildlife, for deer especially, for that 365 days, being that it's during fawning time, during the summer, the fall, it all moves around. And these different wildlife management techniques we want to talk about helps to put your woody browse, your forbs, your mast if it's there, utilizing your annual food plots of the crops you have on the landscape and your grasses. I've never really managed for fungi, but I'm sure there may be a role for that somewhere. But so we're going to jump into it and then look at this. It's the importance of managing 365 days a year and look at your whole farm on the wildlife side of things. All right, so this first chart is looking at planting. So you come here and you look at the food sources and you're thinking about what kind of food plot do I want to plant, when do I want to plant it. So there's all kinds of charts. This one actually comes out of a pretty good publication. I hate to say it, out of Tennessee, food plot, wildlife food plot publication. Here in a minute, I may jump up and I'll hold it in front of the screen here so you all can look at it and maybe use it for reference. But this shows you, what species it is, the grazing preference, and the resilience to grazing. So if you have high deer populations, you want it to be a little more resilient, resistant to grazing or resilient to grazing. And you want to put out stuff there that, the deer or turkeys or quail will utilize. And you start looking at the crude protein. That's another thing, is making sure that you're putting, if you're going to take the time to plant it, that you're providing the protein needed for the deer for either the warm seasons or the cool seasons, depending on where you're doing it. And you diversify your food plot. Again, diversity is the key to all this, making sure you diversify what you have on the landscape. So it's just again, a quick overview. This is again the kind of the same chart as was before, just kind of cut down a little bit. just showing another example of looking at. So this one here actually doesn't just say when it's growing, but when is the quality forage available. So as you're looking through to plant a food plot to make sure it's most beneficial, is to diversify your food plot. So you have stuff that is maturing at different times, from the summer all the way up to the winter. And how does it grow and what does it provide when? It's a good idea to think about that as you establish your food plots. All right, so I'm gonna just dive into the different types of wildlife food plots. This is for just specifically for species and kind of my go-tos for the food plots. So warm season annuals for deer. You can go single species, corn, soybeans, milo, cowpeas. Again, I'll use it over and over again. I like diversity. So a single species is not really what I like to go with because I like to have different stuff maturing at different times and provide an opportunity. But sometimes a single species is not a bad thing to go plant, especially like soybeans. But again, soybeans, you got to watch out. They're not very resistant to deer grazing. So if depending on how big your plot is and how many deer you have on the landscape, soybeans may not work very well for you. So I like to go with the mixtures. So like a buckwheat, milo, or sunflower, or cowpeas, or a corn, soybean, and or cowpeas. All these type of mixtures, again, stuff matures at different times. Your buckwheat will come on and mature a whole lot quicker. Actually, if you plant it early enough, you'll get buckwheat that'll reseed itself, but they'll eat it really good, quick and early. And then you'll start getting your milo up a little later and your sunflowers a little later than that as far as mature goes, but they'll also eat the sunflowers early. And again, high deer pressure, sunflowers won't last very long. Planting corn and soybeans and cowpeas, I kind of see that the corn comes up, protects the soybeans, and the diversity, they don't seem to mow down the soybeans as fast if it's in a mix. But you got to remember to cut back the rates so the corn doesn't overshadow the soybeans and kill it out. But again, good mixes for warm season annuals for deer. Cool seasons, again, you can go single species. I like to go with the mixtures. With a crimson clover, a winter wheat, some rape or turnips. Australian winter peas is a good one as well. It all adds diversity to it. So perennial mixes. So going with clover. So this would be something. So the first two were just annual. So annual meaning you plant them, they come up one year and they're gone. Perennial meaning they'll come up every year. Clovers will play themselves out over time, but establishing a perennial food plot, it takes more work, more constantly, top clipping it, keeping it going. But it's a good thing that you don't have to disturb and plant over and over again, and you don't have to put all the work into top clipping and doing all that if you don't want it to persist, but it won't persist as long. So these are good three mixes of a perennial mixture that I like to use. All right, so turkey food plots. Warm seasons, some trufa, or just reference plots for deer. But some things to keep in thought for turkey is maybe if you're trying to plant them for turkey is plant the rows a little wider so turkey can get through and get down and feed. And if you're going to manipulate it for turkeys, they're obviously not as high as deer. So if you got corn up high, bush hogging small sections of that, over throughout the winter will provide a consistent food without allowing the corn and that kind of stuff to rot. Cool seasons for turkey, again, reference deer food plots. Those are all good for turkeys as well. And a good clover field is a wonderful brooding area for turkeys, which that's another thing I bring up with turkeys. Food is not a limiting resources. The recruitment, which recruitment means getting the turkey from the adult stage to the next year of reproduction. So once they get from, as a poults and coming up at the full size, there's very few things that kill a full size turkey, except for a hen on a nest. Not saying they don't get killed by predators, but the poults is the vulnerable stage. So before considering what to plant in a food plot, your primary consideration when management for wild turkeys should be the success and brood survival, nest success and brood survival. So this is where we're going to start getting into an idea of the full farm management, and not just providing something that is food for a certain portion time of the year, but that you're also providing food and cover in close proximity to each other. When planting food plots for doves, you got to understand the way you manipulate them is different for waterfowl. So there are different regulations for dove and dove hunting. So that's just something to keep in mind. For doves, sunflower fields, prairie dove sunflowers, 25 pounds an acre. If you want to hunt opening day, September 1, they need to be planted by Derby Day is a good goal to go for. To ensure that the sunflower will be ready by the September 1 hunt date. Planting depth, you have to plant this a little deeper. Corn planter is pretty good to plant this, 1 to 2 inches. You can broadcast it, but if you do, you may want to lightly disc it in instead of just cultipacking it. Again, the latest date to plant, May 14th. So I always shoot for Derby Day to have them in the ground. What is your deer pressure? If you have a lot of deer, you may have to do some kind of electric fence or something to protect sunflowers. Otherwise, you may not have a dove field. Weed control. So early on, controlling the weeds so that sunflowers, just like any other crop, can get up with less competition is important. And then you mow 1/3 of the field a week before, and then another third 2 days or so before to start getting the doves to come in. Winter wheat's another good one for doves. This is more of a, you get it prepped in the fall, so you don't have a hard deadline to plant. This you can pretty well sow, broadcast, and get a good cover crop coming up, and then mow, burn, or lightly disc to prepare it for the hunting. Doves like bare ground is the whole idea behind lightly disking. Don't disc it really hard, otherwise you'll bury your seed. This is again a example of a wheat field that we burn. And burning a wheat field is kind of one of the safest times of the year, as long as there's not drought on. If you have good green grass all around it, your wheat's dead and you've sprayed it to kill off all your weed competition. Once you burn the wheat won't germinate. So it's basically like caramelized seeds waiting for the doves. If you don't burn it, and as soon as you cut this and get bare ground and that seed hits it, that seed's only going to be available for probably 7 to 10 days before it starts growing. So it's not as beneficial. It's a little harder to keep your field longer. So burning is a good option to help make the field persist longer. Some other options, we talked about buckwheat, another good one, brown top millet or a proso, old ragweed fields. So just a field that you let come up has been a little bit disturbed and you have a bunch of ragweed. If you basically just mow it and do a little bit of light disking, you can have a good dove shoot. Size of the field, probably 5 to 20 acres is what you're looking for. Nearby purchase, power line, old dead trees, that kind of stuff around the field is important. Water and grit. So something that they can use to pick to help them process their seeds close by helps out as well. All right, so I ran through that. That was just food plots, just in general. We're going to start diving into the next level, the idea of full farm management. and the proximity of this stuff close by to, again, to make a species go from just surviving on your property to thriving on your property. So again, I told you earlier that I was going to dive into this map a little deeper. So if you look at this map, it's pretty busy with what's planned on it. Again, this gentleman's goal was for deer and turkey, and quail. He just liked hearing them. He wasn't a big hunter, but so when I sit down to make this plan, I started looking at his property and what he could do to maximize and put all the habitat needs into one. He did have, I don't have them on here, but there's streams and a couple ponds on this place. So as far as the water goes, this is only a 100-acre piece of property. The water was taken care of. So we started diving into, all right, what's next? So I suggested some annual winter grains in the purple here. And when I suggest these, I also suggest of planting the annual grain, you get a good first year food supply. But a lot of times your second year, the fallow year, is your better time for your turkey brooding, bringing insects and that kind of stuff in. And believe it or not, deer love ragweed. They love desmodium. They love everything what you call weed that is encouraged by a little bit of soil disturbance and these annual grains as they go fallow. Again, you've knocked the thatch back by doing this, so you've provided good brooding cover for your turkeys. And then we dive into, okay, we got our food. We got some of our food. What else we got that's available for this guy, gentleman on his property? Edge feathering. So you turn around and you look at taking anything that's around the edge. This is a power line coming down the center with this black dotted line on this road. So edge feather the power line. So turn around and take this hard edge and create some woody browse. Again, if you remember back to what deer need, a big portion of their diet is woody browse. So cutting stuff back to let it regrow so they can eat on it is a wonderful thing, not only for food, but for cover. Because this stuff will get thick enough that they'll use it for fawning cover. Turkeys will use it for nesting cover. And at different stages, at first, they may use it for brood cover, but as it gets a little older, they probably won't be as beneficial. But it's just a good practice to keep up to diversify what the gentleman has. Also, to diversify on these ridges to the north, we had some woodland creation or thinning. So basically, on these ridges, he had oak stand or it was an old cedar stand that had gotten to a point where the oak had come through and went through succession. So you had oak over top of your cedar. So just removing the cedar would get the basal area down enough where I say basal area, get the amount of trees in the area down enough to create that browse and that herbaceous layer underneath, and also increase the opportunity to let the white oak region. And then this yellow here is just a simple patch cut. So basically just going into this area. And again, this here was cedar, kind of the low hanging fruit of cut this cedar and then allow it just to come back in as bedding cover and just a nice thick brushy cover for escape cover for other animals. So by taking this plan and planning it out so you have all these needs close by, you'll see there's other things. There's tree plantings, tree and pollinator plantings associated with this too. So around the edge of this field was a pollinator planting. So you have your annual stuff that'll go fallow, but you also have wildflowers all around the edges. Again, brood cover, the forbs, another big thing, a big portion of a deer's diet that you're providing. And a lot of this stuff is just by doing a little bit of disturbance, you can bring on stuff and diversify what's naturally provided on the landscape that you don't need necessarily. The food plot doesn't become such a big deal because yeah, it's a little attractive for deer hunting purposes, bringing them in. But if you look at this, the amount of food that's going to be produced outside of the food plots is way more than what's in the food plot in general. If you look at 365 days of management. This is another example. This property, I do believe, was in Owen County. They just bought this piece of property. All of it used to be an old cattle farm. So everything that's in blue in this old field management is nothing but cool season fescue. As far as being beneficial, it's really not beneficial for deer, turkey, quail. So the whole idea is you could just spray all this and kill it off and let natural regeneration come in. You can spray it, plant it to wildflowers, native grasses, all that kind of stuff to increase cover more quickly and kind of dictate what comes back. Personally, I like the idea of taking it and slowly spraying areas. Even though it's not the best cover, spraying everything all in 1 year doesn't leave any cover for any given period of time. So taking it off in little sections is kind of the plan of what you would do. And, you know, I got some tree and shrub plantings on some of the stuff that was right next to what was a mature oak woods that I wouldn't necessarily want to cut back into at this point. So you kind of extend your edge feather out into the field with a shrub planting instead of cutting it back into the edge of the woods. They also, this was in the forest aspect of this one. It had been logged some time back, and it was getting to a point where you had your oak trees were coming in and they were needed to be released. So you could actually try to increase the amount of, to increase what the tree, how the tree will grow to make it a better growing stock. So when I say that, make it grow straighter, healthier, become a better canopy type tree. For timber, if that's your aspect or not, that also makes a good wildlife tree as far as food production, acorn production. So going through and opening that, you know, picking out trees to manage for as this stand gets older. So actually the thought process of managing the woods is a whole nother aspect. Again, this farm had been logged probably 30 years ago. So it did have some potential for what we call crop tree release, which means picking out what your mature forest is going to be. It had went through the thinning stage already. So it was ready to go to open it up to manage this for your oak or walnuts or whatever else you're trying to manage for, whatever's there to manage for. So again, looking at this farm and just coming up with ideas that they can slowly work towards to make the farm more diverse and put habitat all across the farm. I actually tell landowners all the time that, you know, by us managing your farm, you know, you take a 100-acre farm, if you manage it correctly, you've actually probably made your hunting a little harder because the deer doesn't have to move. And that's kind of the point behind all this is, as I said in the beginning, is to cut back on the idea of predators getting the young and them moving, and for them to stay on your place. If they have everything close in proximity, they're not going to, you know, venture out as far. So a deer home range is usually 640 acres, a square mile, somewhere there in decent habitat. Well, if you can make really good habitat, you may make it the core of their area so they spend more time on you versus going out. In the state of Kentucky, the average farm is 100 acres. So the average person, you know, when they say, I got this big deer on camera, so does 6 other people. So the more you can create good habitat, suitable habitat to put your food, water, and cover in close proximity, the better chances you are of holding deer longer. You're not going to hold them on there forever, but the better chances you are to hold them longer. All right, so this kind of goes back to what I was talking about, is the idea of 365 days a year management. If you look at this graph I referenced earlier, in the spring, look how important the spring and summer, look how important woody browse is to deer. So by doing the edge feathering, the forest stand improvement, tree and shrub planting, all that kind of stuff, you're starting to provide that aspect for them during the spring and summer. And then look at as far as crops go, this is your annual grains. They're important come first of spring, capitalizing on them. But after that, it's not as much of their diet. And then the fall, the idea of managing your oak stand to maintain an oak stand, whether, even if you're interested in timber production, you can still cut your timber, but do it in such a way that you're making sure that you keep a oak component on your property. But you also got to remember that mast fails. So when your mast year fails, you don't have as much white or red oaks on the landscape. The deer have to have something else to eat. So that kind of comes into, they're going to come back into in the fall, the forbs are gone, which again in the summer, I was talking about the pollinator planting, the forbs, how important those are. So if you look at the summer, oh man, what is that? So 70% of your forage is going to be something besides necessarily a food plot, stuff that's on the landscape. If you look to the chart to the left, these are kind of like a natural old field species that you find all across Kentucky. And if you start looking at the crude protein that these have and what's selected by deer and then brood cover, a lot of these species, pokeweed, old field aster, blackberry, partridge pea, beggar's lice, ragweed. So beggar's lice or desmodium is the triangle sticktite is what I always call them. It gets on your pants and annoys you. It's a very important food source for turkeys and quail. And ragweed itself, deer also will eat both of these too. Sumac, all this stuff that you think that you're looking around thinking, oh man, deer are starving, there's no food. There's actually really good food out there that they're utilizing that you're just not aware of. So by managing your old fields to be old fields and your edges to produce your browse and your forest to your browse and your mast, your oak stands in the fall, by doing the management of your whole farm, you're essentially taking your farm, instead of saying, I'm going to spend all my time and effort on managing food plots that are only good, small little areas for certain times a year. By managing your whole farm, you're producing one big food plot. So deer don't have to move as far to get what they need. And a lot of times, some of this work like edge feathering, it's a lot of work on the front end, but the back end of it, you do it and it's good for a long period of time. So it's not as time intensive as putting food plots out. Your forest stand improvement stuff, like I showed you earlier, it's one time thing. And then, for the next 10 years, you're going to have undergrowth coming in, providing food for your deer, or cover or brooding cover for your turkeys. So the importance of not just doing your food plots, which food plots are not a bad thing. I like the disturbance periodically, put it on a 2 to 3 year rotation of summer and winter, and to take advantage of the fallow aspect of it, and then just move it around and then keep up the disturbance. Because a lot of the open ground stuff, even if you plant native warm season grasses and forbs or a pollinator planting, for them to maintain with 40 inches of rain a year, you have to do some kind of disturbance to keep them going. So this is a good example of, I don't know if y'all can hear that or not, but this is a fallow food plot from the year before, summer annual that we planted. And there's the quail right there getting ready to nest right next to it. This is very common. Quail and turkey, again, using these old field fallow area or annual plots, the fallow plots for brooding cover, nesting cover, that kind of stuff is very common. So it's just a good example. And that's what I want to jump into now. Just showing y'all examples of some of this management. You all saw this picture before. This one's a little bit bigger, a little more up close and personal. Again, this was simply removal of cedar trees. and to create old field and to create diversity. And again, we never did anything but remove the cedar trees from this site. So it's a good opportunity to do a little bit of management and diversify your property. And then if this was a cool season grass field, your fescue or something like that, again, you could come in there and just spray it and manage it as an old field of just stuff coming back up into it and not plant anything at all, or decide to plant into stuff. Fire. This is a forest, this is a woodland burn, not a forest. I don't want to use the term forest fire. This is a woodland burn, a prescribed fire. This was done in an area where we did TSI, and we're burning it off to help stimulate growth coming that next summer. And unfortunately, I don't have pictures of what it looked like afterwards. But the following year, I mean, you had all kinds of herbaceous cover throughout the understory. And over time, the hope is to continue with fire and get this stand. This is a good oak stand, and to a point where we have good oakage in and back off the fire and let the young oak take over. This is a prescribed fire in an open field setting. I don't know if y'all can see it or not. I can see it because I took the picture, but there's a turkey strutting in this. We burnt this. It was a small unit. We burnt it first thing that day, and I was coming back to check on it before we left for the day, and there was already a turkey out in it strutting. So these manipulating your fields with fire is again a nice, wonderful tool. I'm glad Maddy's going to talk about prescribed fire and the importance of it across the state. It's a wonderful tool to use if done correctly. It don't have to be totally scary. So it's a wonderful tool to use. Again, a bigger picture, kind of what I talked about earlier. And again, this was done, forest improvement, this was done by Hack and Squirt, was done in June, I do believe. So this was taken in July or so. So the trees are just starting to die, but you can already see the difference of the herbaceous layer starting to come on in this picture. And if you go there now, I mean, it's waist high. You got young trees coming up in it, and it's a beautiful sight. You can actually sit there. So if you imagine as wildlife goes in use, if you look to the left, a deer hunter would say, yeah, I'm going to sit right here because I can see so far. Yeah, and as a predator, you would say that, and you would do that because it's beneficial to you. But what we're trying to provide is the other side where a deer, a doe can put a fawn down and go forage and not worry about something seeing its fawn why it's right there. Turkey brood come into this area and bug and not worry about the predator seeing them. So again, trying to drive the point home of if you can provide food and cover at the exact same place, how beneficial that is and how to use that opportunity. This right here is a poplar harvest in far east Kentucky that we're actually working on managing and putting some grouse habitat into an area in Fleming County. Again, forest management done correctly is not a bad thing. It's an opportunity for you to make money off your property. But I would suggest, talking to ourselves or Division of Forestry or both of them, or a consulting forester to actually get the input you need to make sure the BMPs are done right. And by tweaking stuff just a little bit, like leaving some trees that, that you might lose a couple $100 for them, but by leaving them, you're increasing the opportunity for wildlife on your property, may be beneficial to you. So just having some input from us to how to do it in such a way to to not only one, maintain a stand as oak forest, because how important the oak forests are, but also, just how to do it in such a way to provide habitat, and as far as natural resource, try to protect those as much as you can. So timber harvest is not a bad thing. It's a good tool on the wildlife side of things if done correctly. We're talking about browse. I don't know if y'all can see in this picture very well, but on the left-hand side, as this was from an ash harvest we had on clay before the ash all died off. On the left side, you'll see a stump, and the sprouts coming off that stump are about knee high. Well, when we did the cut, I spent a lot of time putting some 40 by 40 deer exclosures in, which you'll see the ash that did die that they didn't take ended up knocking my fence down. But before the fence was knocked down that same year, if you look at that ash stump, those sprouts are head high. It goes to show you what deer pressure can do, or it can be a negative thing, or it's a good thing as far as the importance of providing browse for deer and what it can provide them. So this is meant to show you, that deer are utilizing the browse that is created from this. It can also be detrimental if you have too many deer. If you do forest management on what is coming back, they have a big impact on what regenerates based on what they forage on and their preferences. This picture here is a timber stand improvement, actually, of old field site. This was an old field back in 1980. And we went in this area. There was a whole lot of ash that came up that were dying off anyways. So we saw this as a good opportunity with that ash falling out, to come in, and there was a whole lot of invasives. We took out the invasives, and we went ahead and started deadening some of the locusts and elm and the elm, hackberry. Took out some of those to open this up to kind of create a savanna, early successional type opportunity, based on that the ash were dying off anyways, to come in here. And so what's left is some big hickories and some oaks that were scattered through this site. So just another opportunity. And I know in Franklin County that the emerald ash borer is already hit pretty hard. And I think Jody's going to talk about the invasives and removing the invasives. And once you get the invasives removed and under control, you're not going to get rid of them forever. Once you get them in some kind of under control, what the thought process of what that woods should be, or what you want to go, where you want to take it after that. There's all kinds of options. Between us and the Division of Forestry, we can talk you through what the benefits are on each option. So again, trying to manage your place and trying to put wildlife habitat on every acre, not just focusing on the open ground, is a pretty important thing. Again, another picture of a clover field that backs up to hard edge that we edge feathered. This was the same picture I had earlier in the last, but you can kind of see this field. You can kind of see where the edge was kind of was feathered at one point, but it was getting old, so we needed to set it back again. So it's just a good example of, so the trees that are dying are what we killed off. You can actually see some green that was not dead. Those are actually some good wild plums and roughleaf dogwood that we left. All right, so questions. I do believe I have a few questions to jump into. Here's a question. Sometimes landowners ask, are forest or grasslands more important to manage on their properties? I hear that it just depends. Can you elaborate on that? This question was from the first presentation, so I think I kind of elaborated on that one. It all depends on your objectives. I believe in managing your whole property, taking opportunity to make every acre as beneficial to wildlife as you can. And keep in mind, this isn't management is not a one and done thing. It's a constant. So it can be overwhelming. Some of the maps I've shown you, I mean, you can look at it and say, man, that's way too much work. I can't get there. I mean, it might take you 20 years to get to every piece hit where you got to start all over again and do it again. So as far as what grassland or forest are more important, if you have both on your place, you should be managing both. If you only have one, a forest or open ground on your place, you should diversify that. If it's forest, you should probably open up some of that, set it back, get some early successional habitat. If it's all grassland, you should probably establish some kind of shrub, woody cover on it to diversify your property. Are certain types of trees more important to wildlife than others? There are what we call wildlife friendly trees or wildlife friendly shrubs. Your hard mast for deer, you know, your oaks for sure. For squirrels, your oaks, your hickories. For soft mast, you got, you know, dogwoods, wild plums, crab apples, all that kind of stuff. Now, and this is one thing that, again, a forest on your property is going to be different too. You're not going to be able to get oak forest across your whole piece of property more than likely. You're going to have some maple forests that are predominantly maple. You're going to have some oak. You're going to have some stuff that's regenerated and it's more of a walnut, hackberry type, elm type situation. Depending on what you got, is what you got to manage for. So, and if you don't have something there that you think like your oaks that you want to provide, then that's when you start planting them. So it's, again, it all comes back to diversity and what you have on the landscape. You know, so as far as saying is, there's certain types that, yes, the wildlife will use more readily, especially deer, turkey. I mean, each one of them will use stuff. I mean, hedge apple, certain point in time, deer and squirrel love hedge apple, which the hedge apple as a tree itself is, I don't necessarily like it or I'm going to manage for it, but it does provide something. Maples, squirrels actually eat the samaras quite often. Cherry trees, again, in central Kentucky where we're at, you don't grow very good straight cherry trees, but they do provide a very good, a cherry. So all these trees have a use. It's just a matter of not having too much of everything. Again, diversity. Sorry, I'm just trying to get through these questions. Make sure I don't pass one up. Does the size of habitat matter for those of us that don't have much space to work with? Depending on what species you're looking at. Yeah, I mean, if you were to tell me you only have 5 acres to work with and that you want to manage 4 deer, I'm probably going to take that in consideration of what I tell you to do to manage to try to be more beneficial to you. I may try to get you more on the food side of things to attract the deer to you, diversify of that side with some bedding stuff. Size does matter as far as, you know, trying to hold quail and what your goals and objectives are. So my suggestion would be is call one of our biologists, have them come out and look at it. You know, and another thing that, I mean, it also matters what the landscape around you looks like. I tell people all the time, I only need a 30-yard circle to kill a deer with a bow, because that's as good as I am at 30 yards. So if you only have 5 acres and you're only bow hunting, then yeah, you can do it upright to make the best of it and get something out of it. But it's kind of like in the context of what is needed in the area. Like if it's all crop all around you, I'm gonna say we need to plant cover on your 5 acres. If it's all woods all around you, I might say, well, let's try some crops in here. So to help to put your property in context, the landscape around it, to see what will best help you attract the wildlife that you're going after. Are native to add to food plots? It depends if you're going with perennials, a perennial food plot. Yeah, you can add native forbs to it and let them establish with the food plot as you manage it. The problem with paying for native forbs is they're really expensive. So by planting them into your annual food plot that you're going to plan on coming back in the next couple of years to hit again, I wouldn't suggest that. But if you're going to try to establish, the native forbs, you can do that in a portion of an annual food plot and just let it go fallow after that. But the cost is the most prohibitive thing as far as adding native forbs to your food plot. You're better off managing something outside your food plot for your old field type situations than adding the native forbs to a food plot. So I think those are all the questions I have. Again, one quick thing, if you go to fw.ky.gov and find your way to go to the wildlife portion of the page and go to managing your property, there's a place to sign up for a Wild Know-How newsletter, like an email that we're going to send out. We used to mail that out twice a year, but we've decided to try to make it more timely and get better information out to everybody, to send out a habitat how-to, like for the month of February. We'll probably send something out about like frost seeding clover, how to do that, how to prep for fire, your fire lines, and other types of, even like how to do deer surveys certain times a year. So it's a good place to go sign up if you're interested. Also, in that same thing, you can get the information for who is the biologist for your area on the same page. It's fw.ky.gov. And I'll go ahead and my email is jacob.stewart@ky.gov. That's STEWART@ky.gov. And my phone number is 502-892-4412. If you can't find your biologist, by all means, give me a call. We can talk. Hopefully y'all learned something today, and thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much, Jacob. That was such a great talk. Please remember, folks, that this program is going to live on YouTube. Follow up with Jacob and the other contacts that he had put in his talks. Jacob focused on, he gave us really great coverage of a lot of different scenarios and some of the concepts you want to think about when developing your properties. But the agency, Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, they're very, very experienced with a great diversity of goals, game and non-game, and he covered some of those things. Reach out to him, pass their contacts on to other folks that you think might be beneficial. And you know what else is great about the speakers? All of the speakers that we have in this program is that they are talking from experience. Every single one of them are out there getting their hands dirty, are out there implementing the things that they talk about. So you're getting direct experience with this content. All right, next up, we have Maddy Heredia. Maddy is with the Office of Kentucky Nature Preserves. Maddy's an outreach specialist and Heritage Land Conservation Fund land manager, and she's going to talk about prescribed fire, how it's used, its benefits, and probably dispel some of the misconceptions that folks have about that related to wildfire. All right, with that, I'm going to get out of Maddy's way, and we'll get into this.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maddy Heredia. I'm a land manager and the outreach specialist for the Office of Kentucky Nature Preserves. And today I'm going to talk to you about prescribed fire and kind of give a little intro to prescribed fire presentation. But before we get into that, how do I change my slide? I'm going to talk a little bit about who we are as an agency and what we do. So again, we're the Office of Kentucky Nature Preserves. We're a state government agency in the Energy and Environment Cabinet. This is a list of our duties based on KRS statutes. And to kind of sum all of these up, we're in the business of purchasing and protecting property because it has rare and endangered species on it. It's got remnant habitat that's really important and subject to loss. It's got really great recreational opportunities for the general public. And we also help in aiding partners in purchasing lands as well. We collect a lot of data on a lot of the sites that we manage and provide a clearinghouse of information on the environment, plants, and animals. And that data is available to the public and other professionals. And we also provide a lot of, like I said, recreational opportunities through various programs. So this is a map depicting all of the properties across Kentucky that we have involvement in. In total, it's about 130,000 acres. There's a lot of these properties that we own and manage ourselves. A lot of these properties that we have conservation easement on through our Kentucky Heritage Land Conservation Fund program, our Wild Rivers program, and other natural areas. So we've got a lot of acreage across the state, a lot of good things happening on those properties. We have a biological assessment branch. This branch and staff are tasked with monitoring rare and endangered species, as well as conducting biological inventories on any new properties that we acquire or that we are contracted out to complete inventories on. Our natural areas and recovery branch, they're tasked with manipulating and managing the property using best management practices and research in order to create habitat for these rare and endangered species. And lastly, we do a lot of environmental education and recreation. Our work's really important and we want people to know about it and get involved. Unfortunately, due to COVID, a lot of those in-person opportunities have been canceled and we've kind of switched over to these Zoom presentation style forms of outreach, but hopefully one day we can get back to it. And with all that data and information that we collect, I wanted to make everyone aware that it is available to the public through our Kentucky Biological Assessment tool. It's a self-service conservation planning tool that allows customers to submit projects and receive data within minutes, and that can be found on our website. In total, there's about 879 species and communities that we track because they're considered threatened, rare, or of importance in the state. So today we're going to talk about prescribed fire as a land management tool and the important benefits of it to our landscapes. But first, I think it's really important that we understand the key differences between wild and prescribed fire. So by definition, a wildfire is a large, uncontrolled inferno that burns and spreads quickly through wild landscapes. I do want to note that prescribed fire also occurs on wild landscapes, but it differs significantly because a controlled burn is fire applied in a knowledgeable manner to fuels on a specific land area under selected weather conditions to accomplish predetermined, well-defined management objectives. So it has a very long and complex definition because it is a very long and complex process. So these are images and headlines that typically come to most minds when we hear the word wildfire. And in today's climate, more and more wildfires have the right conditions to become this large and uncontrollable. This is especially detrimental in wildland-urban interfaces where homes or establishments are in or near wildland vegetation. So fire on wild landscapes have gotten a bad reputation as a result. And it's understandable. However, fire is necessary for certain habitat and communities, and there are many land management organizations coming together to try to change the narrative and educate the public on the distinct differences between good and bad fire. So this is kind of that Good Fire campaign that I talked about earlier, created by the Southern Group of State Foresters and funded by the U.S. Forest Service. So they kind of created these fun infographics to kind of help promote the benefit of prescribed fire. So first and foremost, prescribed fire is a land management tool, but it's not a one-size-fits-all mechanism. So similar to how a doctor prepares and prescribes, medication for a prescription for a patient for specific results, a prescribed fire has a science-based prescription prepared for it as well to get specific results on the landscape. Prescribed fire is often considered a cost-effective management tool because it can help achieve a wide range of management objectives simultaneously. And so we're going to jump into these 7 benefits of a controlled burn. However, I would argue that there are way more than 7 benefits of prescribed fire. But these are some that I think will appeal. Oh, I'm sorry, my charger. Just got a notification that my laptop's about to die. But appeal to this group and can be replicated on private lands. So first is removing hazardous fuels. Prescribed fire reduces and removes fuel that can burn, which lowers a potential wildfire's intensity. This makes it easier and safer for firefighters to suppress a wildfire and acts as an insurance policy to protect timber investment from more catastrophic wildfires. And so it's kind of this concept that is hard to grasp if you don't understand fire that well, but it's essentially fighting fire with fire. So to prevent these large, uncontrollable infernos, it's important to periodically burn off that fuel in the forest bed so that there's less when there is a wildfire that's unplanned. Forest health. Fire returns nutrients to the soil, creating healthy habitats while controlling some disease, insects, invasive plants that can affect tree health. Periodic fire can improve water quality by increasing aquifer absorption. So our office uses fire to control and remove invasive species and woody encroachment on open habitat systems. And many native species are adapted to fire and will regenerate after a fire. So it is overall healthy for the forest and landscapes. Economic gain. Prescribed fire can aid regeneration of southern pines by creating seed beds for proper germination. Prescribed fire also establishes seedlings by controlling competitive vegetation. And so especially for us in Kentucky and the southeast part of the state, there are certain species of pine that are adapted to fire and rely on it to establish dominance in a forest. There's even some species of tree that have seeds that are encapsulated with resin. And so fire is required across that landscape to melt the resin in order for seeds to germinate. Community risk reduction. Well-planned prescribed fires help protect and reduce wildfire risks to communities where wildfires pose the greatest threat to life and property. Again, most important, those wild and urban interfaces. Aesthetics. Prescribed fire increases the occurrence of visibility of wildfires, which attract pollinators and other game species that depend on them, and maintains open spaces and transparency that improves scenic quality of a forest. So a lot of these species, that in order for them to persist in a forest or a open canopy system, they depend on some type of routine disturbance to control the mid-stories and allow light to reach the forest floor. Number 6, this is not one that I have expertise in, but it's a good benefit of prescribed fire. Farm, range, and brush management. Periodic fire can replenish rangelands by improving the palatability, quality, and quantity for grazing forage, which reduces need for fertilization. Fire can increase the availability of many important soil nutrients, and burning can simulate new plant growth in cattle grazing lands and can be used in croplands to help cycle nutrients prior to planting. Seven, wildlife habitat improvement. Prescribed fire can attract wildlife and songbirds by increasing plant diversity, which also yields a variety of food. Fire allows plants to capture sunlight and grow. So there are many species that depend on plant regeneration that follow a prescribed fire. Like mentioned previously, fire maintains open canopy systems that allow herbaceous forbs and important flowering species for pollinators to exist. And fire can increase seed germination of many native species that act as food for wildlife or game. While we recognize the benefits of prescribed fire, it is important to note that fire itself as a natural force has existed on these landscapes for centuries. So we're going to take a closer look at the history of fire in Kentucky, as well as why and how our office uses this management tool in conservation and resource protection. So Nature Preserves uses research and science prescribed fire for rare and endangered community restoration. And I want to look at what fire looked like historically on Kentucky's landscape. So it's important to note that this is not a new concept. There's evidence that fire has existed on our landscape for centuries, and we can tell through historical vegetation. We may see some grassland specialist remnants like in a forest floor that indicates like, hey, this forest used to be a little bit more open, get a little bit more sunlight because this species is existing here. We can look at tree rings kind of the same way that we look at them to age them and determine different stressors in their life. When fire runs through the landscape, sometimes it leaves scars. So you can see fire scars. I don't know if you guys can see my pointer or not. In this photo in the bottom right corner, indicating where a fire had existed on this landscape. There's a lot of historical references and evidence too that Native Americans used prescribed fire to regenerate growth on a lot of the fields that they used for crops. And so through those clues and many, many more, we're kind of able to build this map. We didn't build this map. Julian Campbell built this map, showing where prescribed fire has existed historically prior to settlement in Kentucky. And so if you can see, a lot of this yellow and orange is where fire existed in some of these rolling hills and plains and grassland habitats most frequently. And then this red area is where fire existed the most within these woodland and forest communities. This is another map depicting the different habitat types of Kentucky prior to European settlement. And I just want to note that these categories break down even further. There's several different types of grasslands and woodlands and savannas. And there's several species that are habitat specialists for each of these habitats. And so this is Kentucky now, and we have clearly altered the land pretty severely and lost the abundance of species diversity with it. People inhabit most of Kentucky now, and so every wildfire has the potential to be dangerous to property or human life, which led to fire suppression. And so eliminating fire and that disturbance that has existed on our landscape for centuries has altered, those remnant landscapes severely. Here's another map produced by our office about plant rarity hotspots. And so these are areas that have the highest quality communities, or what's left of these communities where a lot of our rare species are found. And interestingly enough, when we overlay this with the map that was showing where fire occurred naturally in Kentucky, there's a lot of overlap. A lot of these rare plant hotspots are found where fire existed pretty predominantly across the landscape. So that's pretty interesting to see. And as I mentioned before, one of the community types that has suffered the most from settlement is open canopy systems. These are habitats that have a lot of direct sunlight where shade intolerant species are able to persist. And so there are many different species that depend on this habitat that are now considered threatened or endangered. I do want to note that in addition to the loss of fire across our landscape, there are several other factors that have resulted in habitat loss, including farming, urban sprawl, introduction of invasive species that kind of take over the forest floor. This bottom right picture is honeysuckle, which has just completely dominated this forest. And again, the loss of routine disturbance in the form of fire, but also large mammal migrations. So the key to restoring these communities and maintaining them is disturbance. And so we no longer have bison that migrate in these large quantities anymore. Historically, on this left-hand side, this open field is maintained by periodic wildfire and bison migration causing disturbance. They trample all the woody encroachment. They forage on some of the herbaceous leaves of woody encroachment, really knocking them back and allowing these grasses to persist. And so without them, this will start to fill in over time. We don't have bison anymore, so we use prescribed fire to kind of replicate the same disturbance. So in Kentucky, 60 to 65% of rare species and natural communities tracked by our office are associated with grassland communities that need some level of disturbance to persist. And so I know that I have been very plant heavy in this discussion, and that's just because plants are the base of all habitats and all ecosystems. But like many of you already know, that there's a chain reaction. So there's a lot of species that depend on those plants or specialize with them that are also effective. So here's some of the plants and animals that are endangered or threatened because of this loss of open canopy system habitat. We have the monarch, which is an endangered species candidate, but they rely on a specific plant called milkweed to complete their life cycle, which typically grows in direct sunlight. The eastern slender glass lizard is so cool. It's actually a lizard, not a snake. It's a limbless lizard, but it is state threatened, and it has historically been found in some of these open canopy systems. Small white lady slipper is not only state endangered, but it's globally rare. Short's goldenrod is globally rare and state endangered, and shining lady tresses is state threatened, and they all persist in these open canopy systems. And there's several others, but these are just a few of my favorites that I wanted to highlight. And so now I'm going to go into some examples of our properties and our projects that we've been using prescribed fire on. This is Crooked Creek State Nature Preserve in Lewis County, and it is an oak barren community. A barren is just it's a type of grassland or open canopy system. And so on the left, this is it in 2002. We could see remnant grassland, and you can see that there's a lot of woody encroachment, some invasive species. If we didn't do something about this, these woody species would expand and grow and then shade out all of these grassland species, herbaceous species underneath. In 2010, this is what Crooked Creek looked like then. Since then, we did a lot of prescribed fire and mechanical thinning. I do want to note that prescribed fire is a tool. It's not a solution to everything. A lot of times we do prescribed fire with physical management on the property, mechanical thinning as well. And so that when those go hand in hand, it produces really, really nice results. And so in 2010, after a fire, we started to see prairie dock coming in. So this kind of like shovel-shaped leaf is called smooth prairie dock. It's classified as a vulnerable species, but it's also a really good indicator plant that this is supposed to be an open canopy barren system. And so it's kind of amazing to see what comes back after treatment on a property, after prescribed fire and mechanical thinning, because a lot of times there are still viable seed in the seed bed that, just it hasn't had the opportunity to come up. And so when we give it that opportunity, it's really cool to see what comes up. This is Crooked Creek now. We actually just did a burn there this spring or this fall season, which was really successful. And yeah, it's a really large open canopy system. There's a lot of cedar and oak and edge habitat, which is okay. But I just want to point out that, if this habitat was left untouched, no disturbance, no fire, no management on our level, that eventually this would close in with cedar and oak, and we would lose the diversity of these oak barren communities. So as mentioned before, fire is not only beneficial for these open canopy systems that need disturbance, but there's a lot of forest communities that depend on disturbance as well to delay the early succession of a forest. So these are just, these are like some stock photos. These aren't our pictures or our properties. But on the left, you can see this forest that has not had a lot of disturbance or treatment. And with the introduction of invasive species and a lot of shade tolerant species, the mid to understory is beginning to be very thick and taken over. So it doesn't leave a lot of sunlight or room for herbaceous species to grow on the forest floor. In contrast, this is a photo on the right. It's got a little bit more of an open canopy. You can see some sunlight coming through that's able to reach that forest floor and provide habitat for a lot of these herbaceous forest floor species. And so without disturbance in some of these forest communities, the canopy closes in and changes the forest composition completely over time. I mentioned that there's an increase of more shade tolerant species and in mesophytic species. And so this makes it even harder in the future to introduce prescribed fire, because a lot of these new species in the mid to understory, their leaf litter is less flammable. So it's really important that we get fire into those communities that need it, that have had historically had it, if we want to preserve them. And so this is an example of one of our sites. This picture on the left is not our site. This is what we strive to be, but this picture in the middle is the site I am speaking of right now. And it's a shortleaf pine community. And shortleaf pines are super interesting because they have many traits that make them fire adapted. And they depend on these adaptations to give them advantage against competing vegetation and allow them to be the dominant species of the canopy. So there's a lot of research that went into studying these, but a lot of shortleaf pine saplings are able to, withstand fire where other tree saplings are not. So it gives them that advantage and allows them to grow bigger and faster than some of these competing tree species. When you take fire out of the equation, it no longer has that advantage. And a lot of these other tree species like maples and oaks, are now outgrowing them and being the dominant species in the canopy. And so typically when you see a remnant like pine community, you'll see, you won't see shortleaf pines bigger than like these shrubs, these little twiggy things, and they're kind of in the mid understory, which is not where we want them to be, but that's where our work comes in. So these are some photo points of these sites that we're tracking our progress over time. This bottom right-hand corner is unrecognizable, but we did a lot of fire and mechanical thinning, one fire and a lot of mechanical thinning in this property. So in summer of 2019, the mid-story treatments began. We had a lot of crews come out here and kind of cut down some of the maple, the less desirable trees, as well as girdling and applying herbicide in those trees, that those will fall over time as well. Just trying to open some of the canopy you can already see already. In spring of 2021, we conducted a prescribed fire. It was one of our largest fires. It burned really hot, and we think it's going to be very successful. This is it immediately after the fire. You could see how hot that got, and some more of these scars, how far they get up onto the tree. And this is summer of 2021. And you can already see a big difference from the very first photo that I showed, where it was really crowded in this understory. So there was a lot of damage to the mature maples. The girdling completed, on some of these trees. Those trees will drop out over the next 2 or 3 years. And we're well on our way to setting back succession and restoring the Pine Barrens ecosystem, which is super exciting. And so the next steps for this property is continuing girdling treatments, snag management, and another prescribed fire planned in the 2023-2024 range. So as you can see, it's a process. It's not something that you get instant results in, and it's not something, fire is not the end all be all. It takes a lot of other work as well, but it is still a really amazing management tool. And I always tell, especially when we conduct fires on some of our public lands, the public and visitors will be like, "What did you do? It is so ugly," because it looks like this middle picture. It's like black after. And so I always tell people it's gonna look worse before it looks better. And so here's just a sequence of the fire immediately after, and then a couple of growing seasons after. So I briefly touched on prescribed fire. I can go on forever about it. It's so complex and interesting. But I want to get into like the planning and how you all can get involved in maybe using this tool on some of your properties. So first and foremost is training. Because we now have development and settlement spread throughout our managed areas, we have to be very precise and strategic when conducting fires. Fire science is an entire academic discipline. There's so much research on fire behavior, the effects on the landscapes, and there's still so much we don't know. So it's important to do your research, get your education and training before applying fire on your landscape to ensure best management practices. There's a lot of factors to consider, like time of year, how to effectively reach your goals, and safety. I want to mention the Kentucky Prescribed Fire Council. It's a council that consists of state, federal agencies, conservation organizations, universities, private landowners, any individual who promotes the safe and beneficial use of controlled burning as a land management tool. And so if you're interested in that, I have an email and a link at the end of this, this presentation that I will provide. This group is also working on setting the standard for controlled burn practitioners in the state. And one of the ways that we are doing that is providing Kentucky certified burn boss trainings. And I will link an email for that as well at the end of presentations. But it's a training provided by several fire practitioners in the state in order to certify you to conduct prescribed fires on some of your own properties. Another training that I'll mention is the NWCG National Wildfire Coordinating Group. These are online free trainings, and they're a little more like wildfire heavy in like their resources or their education. However, it's a good base to understanding fire, and they're trainings that we require in order to be a crew member on our fires, just to be involved in a fire. Okay, so first and foremost is identifying location and goals. It's important to have clear goals of the prescribed fire. Everything we do is science-based, so we need to have clear goals and measurable objectives to measure the success of a fire. Was it successful? Do we need to change some things for the next year? So that's really important. So examples of some of these goals could be 80% consumption of fine fuels, 30% consumption or top kill of woody species. Another goal for, conducting a prescribed fire is fuel reduction, like we talked about earlier. You might have a forest that is in a, wildland urban interface, subject to wildfire, hasn't been burned in a long time. Maybe you want to reduce some of that fuel. So if the wildfire does come through, it's not as intense. Another reason why we burn is also to improve habitat for rare species. The next step is planning out your fire. Identify it on a map, physically install the breaks, and and create safety zones. A fire break is exactly what it sounds like. It's a break in the fuel to ensure that the fire stays within the certain area that we want to burn, or the unit. So this picture on the top right is one of our staff lighting a fire off of the break. This is the break. And as you can see, the fire is going into the fuels that we want to burn, and everything's contained very, very nicely. So fire needs three components to exist. It needs heat, fuel, and oxygen. We call this the fire triangle. And in a wildfire setting, the fuel comes in the forms of, leaf litter, twigs, trees, fine to thick fuels, or fine to heavy fuels. Heat in a wildfire is produced by, extreme dry, hot climate. It needs an ignition point. So something like a lightning strike, people accidentally leaving a campfire unattended, sparks from machinery equipment is typically how wildfires start sometimes. And oxygen, wind, speed, and direction that controls the amount of oxygen that the fire is getting at a time. And so in a prescribed fire, we try to control all the aspects of the fire triangle as much as we can. So our fuels, we do a lot of research into the fuel. How are these different fuels going to burn? What is the moisture of these fuels? Like I said, fire science is an entire academic discipline. There's so much research on this stuff. Heat, our ignition point is usually our ignition source is usually a drip torch that we use to start the fire. And then oxygen, while we cannot control the weather, we can plan as much as we can for a day where weather conditions are favorable to us. So a lot goes into that. We not only look at those three aspects of the fire triangle, but we look at the relative humidity. What is the wind speed? What is the transport wind speed? What is the mixing height? How many days has it been since it rained? How many days after the fire will it rain? There's just so much planning that goes into it. And so not only do we have to be concerned about the fire itself and every move that it makes, but along with fire comes smoke. And so smoke mitigation and management is a huge part that goes into this as well. Which directions are the wind blowing? Are we going to blow smoke directly onto a really busy road that, minimizes visibility for drivers and creates hazardous situations? We need to plan ahead to make sure that, are there any drainages that the smoke, if it doesn't lift, can it travel down some of these drainages and rivers and, affect schools or churches, what's nearby that can be affected. So there's just a lot of planning that goes into this. And I don't want to deter anyone from this. I just want to, the point of this is to reiterate that there's a lot of training and education that goes into completing a prescribed fire successfully. And I highly recommend the trainings that we offer. And so like we mentioned before, like a doctor prepares a prescription for a patient, all of those aspects, those conditions for a burn day go into a burn management plan. And so we lay out all of the desirable conditions ahead of time. And it's kind of the blueprint or the prescription in order for this burn to happen and be successful. And so our main priorities when we're burning is safety and meeting our goals and objectives. And so if just one of these, conditions or factors are a little bit off on the day of the burn, and we're not going to reach our management objectives, or if it, interferes with safety, we cancel the whole burn. And it stinks. I've been on fires like that. Get excited to go out and burn. We mobilize crews, we drive there. But again, the habitat and the management objectives and safety are our main priorities. So with that, I just want to reiterate how amazing of a management tool that this is. There's so many applications for it, and it's very cost effective. So here's some resources. I put our website up, the Office of Kentucky Nature Preserves. My email is there at madeline.heredia@ky.gov if you have any further questions. The Kentucky Prescribed Fire Council website is linked here as well. It's a really great resource to find, to kind of start learning about how you can get involved, how you can attend trainings, to be able to conduct fires yourselves. And then Cody Roden is the training committee chair. And so if you are interested in attending any type of trainings that the council offers or some of the burn boss trainings, you can email him directly at codyroden@ky.gov. I did ask permission to put his email on here before just handing it out to everyone. But with that, I guess I will take any questions. Oh, I guess I have to look at them in the chat. Hold on one second. Okay. Does the state do prescribed fire on privately owned land? Our agency, ourselves, we're not contracted out to conduct prescribed fire on private land. There are some agencies, some state agencies that do that, but it's on a case-by-case basis. It has to be not only, beneficial for the landscape, but, there has to be an interest there in order for state to want to use their resources to kind of help that. Maybe it's like super important habitat. There may be rare and endangered species on the site that require the fire. So it's kind of on a case-by-case basis, but there are agencies out there that will, be contract out to do prescribed fires on private land. Is it beneficial to burn very small patches of habitat? Yes, that is a great point. When we're conducting these fires on the land, I showed you, we define units and areas that we want to burn. We never burn an entire habitat at one time. And that's also kind of something that a lot of people don't understand. There's there's the safety concern for the plants and animals. Animals can move, a lot of them burrow and leave. But only if we provide refugia for them. So that's why we burn in small sections. We'll never burn an entire, if we only have 100 acres of this habitat, we'll burn 10, small areas at a time and rotate that. And that gives refugia for the animals to leave, still have their habitat and then come back and reestablish. So that's a very, very good question. Does it cost to be trained through the Fire Council? It does. If you are, working, if you work in a land management agency and it's, it's something that can benefit your agency, maybe something that you can attend through an employer. But yes, there is a small fee, and you can look on our website or email Cody Roden directly to learn more about the details of those trainings and what's expected and required for them. I think that is it. It says no other questions. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, Maddy. That was great. It is so nice to see some of this content where we're talking about very specific tools that we can use on our landscape, tools that sometimes used to be used more often, like fire, that we don't see so much in private lands anymore. You know, Maddy covered a lot of the benefits, some of the risks associated with it, but I'd really encourage you to reach out to Maddy, reach out to the Office of Kentucky Nature Preserves. They're such a diverse, experienced outfit that works with so many different systems. So, but anyway, with that, thank you again, Maddy. Next, we're going to move into a talk from our very own, KSU's very own, Dr. Sean Lucas. He is an assistant professor of organic agriculture and industrial hemp. He's an industrial hemp specialist also. You know, with this kind of content, these natural resource programs that I'm often doing, and I'm so fortunate to do with Kentucky State, we run into landowners sometimes that don't have all of the tools available to them because of the type of production or practices they may be doing on their lands, perhaps if they are certified organic, or if they simply have interest in being more sustainable. But with that, I'm going to get out of Dr. Lucas's way and let him take it from here.
Hey, I'm Sean Lucas. I'm assistant professor of organic agriculture here at Kentucky State University. Welcome to Third Thursday. I'm delighted to be here today. Jody Thompson asked me to come in and talk about some non-conventional weed management options. I will say that my thoughts and talk is geared mostly for organic agronomic systems, but I do think that some of the things that I touch on are applicable in natural systems management too. And so I will, I guess, go ahead and jump in and get going on this. And if you have questions for me, I'll be happy to address them in the chat. So I work primarily on organic systems and low input systems. And if you're farming in an organic system, weeds are one of the most cited problems. If you ask a producer what their biggest challenges are, a new organic producer will often say, well, the paperwork and the record keeping and just getting certified is a big challenge. But then usually one of the second or third most often things we hear is weed control. Because, you know, in organic, we have a different set of tools that we use. We don't have some of the synthetic chemical options available to us, and so we have to control weeds differently. And I'm going to focus on two ways that we do that. Obviously there's manual labor. I don't know that y'all, since this is kind of focusing on natural systems, manual labor might not be the way you want to try and attack your weeds. So in organic systems, we really rely, outside of manual labor, we rely on other management practices like cover crops. And increasingly in modern times, we have some chemical options available to us. And so I'll touch on that as well. I did mention, we're talking about cover crops. The picture on the cover slide here is a really nice rye vetch cover crop stand that we had here at KSU in the organic section a couple of years back. So when we're talking about weeds, we got to put it in perspective and think about what weeds really are. I mentioned they're one of the greatest challenges we have in organic ag. I suspect in any naturally managed system where you're trying to manage without synthetic chemicals, weeds could potentially be one of the problems that you face. And for us in organic agriculture, they are a very big source of labor input. My staff and my student crew in the organic program, after we get things planted, from June until August, we're really fighting a battle against keeping the weeds down so that we can let our crops get established and then ultimately, close up the canopy and outcompete the weeds. And the reason we don't like the weeds is because they compete with the plants that we want to grow. And sometimes they can cause problems. They can harbor disease and insect pests that can come in and cause problems for the crop that you're trying to get a yield out of. So, if we take a step back and we think about weeds, by the way that they act within an ecosystem, Mother Nature does not like a bare field. If you drive through the countryside in the spring, you can see some fields where disturbance has happened. But in a natural setting, Mother Nature does not keep the soil uncovered. And so what weeds really are they are some of the earliest succession plants that will colonize a disturbed soil. They're actually doing what Mother Nature intends them to do, get that soil covered back up. And they're very well adapted at growing in a system that has been disturbed. And so obviously, the example here, this is at a farm down in Washington County. And this farmer is doing some moldboard tillage. He is completely inverting that soil and the sod is getting turned under, and about 20, about 15 centimeters of depth there is getting turned over. You're bringing your soil from the bottom up, and that's now on the top, and your sod is getting turned under. That's a pretty aggressive disturbance of your soil. And Mother Nature has developed ways to recolonize that bare soil, and one of the most efficient ways she has is weeds. And of course, again, we don't like them because we're turning the soil over to create a seed bed for our crops, and we want to prioritize the crops, and those weeds compete against the crops. Very often, whoops, I've gone backwards here, I apologize. Very often in organic, one of our primary tools for weed control is tillage. We have to go back in and till after our primary tillage. We'll do a secondary tillage to knock out the weeds that germinate after the primary tillage. And so over time, one of the key resources we have in organic systems is our soil. And as we increase tillage, we negatively affect the organic matter in the soil, and ultimately in long term that can cause us some problems with soil health. And so we have to compensate for that by increased organic matter inputs. So one of the tools that we have to combat weeds but B, also get us more organic matter back in our soil is cover crops. These are crops that we grow without the intent to harvest. We're just growing for that plant material, which we will terminate and allow to decompose and allow to become part of that soil organic matter. So, in agronomic systems, in particular sustainable and organic systems, we grow cover crops for several reasons. I mean, the obvious reason is to reduce erosion. They're called cover crops because they keep the soil covered and they reduce the impact of raindrops and wind on the surface of the soil, and thereby they reduce the amount of soil that can be carried away. But we also put cover crops out there to, again, build plant biomass that will ultimately be terminated, killed, and allowed to decompose and become part of that soil organic matter. And this in turn does good things, like it improves your soil structure, it improves nutrient cycling. But cover crops are pretty cool in that they, can grow in some pretty dense stands. And some cover crops can have some very interesting effects that can be negative from a weeds perspective. So we're going to talk about some of those cover crop benefits that are particularly focused against weeds, or for control of weeds, I should say. So they have different mechanisms, right? Allelopathy is a mechanism for cover crop control of weeds that involves chemicals, natural chemicals produced by the cover crops that inhibit weed germination or enable the cover crop to outcompete potential weeds, and thereby suppress weed populations and weed production. Just because of their nature, cover crops are, as I said earlier, they can be in very dense stands. These dense stands of cover crops can actually interfere with the amount of light getting to weed seeds. And so weed seeds actually need a little bit of light. A lot of types of weeds need a little bit of light, particularly red light, near red, infrared. And if you're interfering with the amount of that light that can get to the weed seeds, you can actually inhibit germination and emergence of those seeds. So we've talked about sort of chemical prevention from natural chemicals from the cover crops, and now interference with light and sort of a smother effect as well. You can prevent germination and emergence. And then just because these cover crops are very densely planted stands and they grow rapidly, they're pretty good at competing against weeds for resources. And so, you can reduce the pressure from weeds that way as well. There are some tricks and considerations you have to be aware of if you're using cover crops for these purposes, and we'll talk about those here in a few slides. There also is some evidence, and this is kind of getting esoteric out there, but there is some evidence that some cover crops may actually influence the microbial community in the soil, ultimately promoting some pathogens that may favor attacking weed seeds. And so there could be some inhibition of weeds that way too. That's an area that we're still kind of figuring out, so I'm not going to go into too much detail on that. I did mention allelopathy. I call it better living through chemistry. This is a situation where you have plants that exude chemicals into the soil, and these chemicals will actually interfere with germination or emergence or growth of plants you don't want, weeds, right? So rye and vetch are really good, or rye and wheat rather are really good for this. They release some chemicals that can inhibit weed growth and weed germination. A couple mechanisms by which they do that. I got a table here, and I'm not going to go into, if somebody wants to geek out on the chemical types, we can maybe address some of that in the chat after. But I'd like to kind of focus on the source, right? So we've got cover crops over here in the left column: mustard, radish, rye, wheat, vetch, clovers, buckwheat, sunflower, and sorghum, right? Those are the ones that are in this table. And then that source is kind of telling you how the cover crops are exhibiting this allelopathic effect. So some of these plants actually put chemicals out through their roots that have a negative impact on weeds. Some of them, the chemicals become present when the cover crop is killed and it decomposes. The decomposition products of the cover crop itself contain chemicals that can be harmful to the weeds that might want to grow subsequent to the cover crop. And the idea here is these cover crops, if you're killing them, and it's a little bit about timing. If you're killing them with an intent to plant after the cover crops have been terminated, you're essentially giving yourself a little window between when you kill the cover crop and these allelopathic chemicals are working, and then you plant after that. That little window in between gives you some time to get your crop established while those weed seeds are being inhibited. It's an effect that will eventually go away as these decomposition products break down. So this is not like a permanent effect in your soil. And sometimes you do have to be careful and be aware of potential effects of these allelopathic chemicals against some of the crops that you're interested in growing. Some of these, as I said, they do root exudates. Some of them do decomposition products, and some of them do both. So the next thing I'd like to talk about is a mulch effect. You've got these residues and they block this red wavelength of light that's needed by some weed seeds for germination. And essentially you're preventing those weeds from germinating. And again, you're giving your plants that you want there a little bit of a kickstart, because you're going to come in and allow these weed or these cover crop residues to decompose for a little bit and then plant into them at a little bit later period. And you're cutting a slit in them so the light can get through to the area of the soil where you want your seeds to germinate, while you're maintaining that mulch in between that is inhibiting your weeds. And so the idea there is you're giving your plants a leg up, and ultimately you want to get your crops to the point where they're putting out enough overhead canopy that they will naturally inhibit any weeds that are coming in to colonize. Sometimes this can backfire. You can have cooler temperatures associated with the mulch effect on your soil. So you do need to be aware of that. The cooler temperatures can potentially inhibit your crop germination, or at least make it take a little bit longer. So you've got to be aware of that. And the best way to work with these cover crops to achieve your goal is having a high density stand. And we're increasingly interested in using crimper rollers to enhance this effect. The crimper roller, I'll show you a picture of that here in a minute. And it orients your cover crop stalks in such a way that you're getting good coverage on the surface, and really providing that physical barrier to have this mulch effect work well. As I mentioned, a good cover crop for weed suppression is going to be a good competitor. It's going to be something that grows fast, establishes itself fast, puts on a lot of plant biomass fast. And if it's doing all those things, it's going to compete for the resources that those weeds are after. This picture here, I should go back. The picture here on the right is a cover crop that has been rolled down. This is a rye vetch cover crop here at the farm. This picture on this slide is a summer cover crop. So the previous slide was a winter cover crop. So there's a couple different strategies you can use. We planted this summer cover crop to just keep weeds at bay in a field that we knew we weren't going to use for crops that particular year. This is sun hemp, and this provides us a couple of good advantages. It gives us a good cover. It has a good competition and smother effect against the weeds, but it's also a legume. And so when we kill this cover crop, it is going to give us some nitrogen input back into the soil. The competition, again, it's basically everybody's fighting for that niche and that colonization. And so if the cover crops are quick growing, quick establishing, quick growing, and rapid onset of biomass, that it's filling that niche that the weed would otherwise like to fill, that disturbance niche, really. And so in doing that, you're able to displace some of these weeds and keep the overall weed population suppressed. And there's been some good research out there. Stephen Mirsky, he's at University of Maryland. He's done some work that has actually correlated cover crop biomass to weed increases in cover crop biomass. In other words, the more cover crop biomass you have, the more you're going to be suppressing weeds, and you'll see less weed biomass as a result. Here's another great example we use as a summer cover crop, not the hemp there on the right, but the buckwheat that's there on the left. I love buckwheat in my organic systems. We usually have 2 or 3 fields that we plan in our rotations, our crop rotations, where we know we're going to come in and put buckwheat in just to keep the soil covered in the summer, build soil organic matter. But buckwheat is a super weed competitor. It grows super fast. It establishes really well. You give it a month and a half or so, and you're starting to see flowers on it, and you got a dense stand. And it's the only thing in that plot. It really does keep the weeds suppressed because it is such a prolific grower. The only problem is you don't really want to let your buckwheat go to seed in an organic system, because then your buckwheat actually can become almost weedy because it will drop its seed, and you might get some volunteer buckwheat after you terminate the crop. Here you can see a really dense stand of rye and vetch, and this is the idea that we're shooting for if we're using cover crops. This is in early spring. So this was a fall planted cover crop, and we're getting ready to terminate this one. But it's got a really nice dense stand, and it's smothering all the weeds that are coming in the spring. We'll terminate that, and that mulch effect will really help us keep the weeds in check, at least in theory. Sometimes there's not much you can do in an organic system for some of those really persistent perennial weeds like Johnson grass, but this does, a good cover crop stand really helps with annuals. And I should make that distinction again. A lot of the things I'm talking about here are with respect to annual weeds, and the more resilient perennial weeds. Again, Johnson grass is it's a great example of an awful weed in a crop field. Obviously in a pasture field, my friends that work in the livestock industry, they don't mind a little Johnson grass because it's a good forage, but I don't want it in my crop field. So this cover crop here in this picture, we're getting ready to terminate, but that's what you're shooting for, a really nice dense stand that'll compete and smother out your weeds. So really, if you're thinking about things in an organic system, we really have to consider the entire organic system. You can't just take an organic system and look at it in a snapshot at any one given point. You have to consider the organic system throughout not only the entire year you're growing in, but years past and years forward, and in terms of the entire crop rotation that you have planned out. The goal is to use cover crops as a tool within that crop rotation strategy to suppress weed growth or to prevent weed seed production. A good friend of mine, he used to be the farm manager here at Kentucky State, Derek Law. He's got a lot of experience in organic, and he and I used to talk about this, and he said his favorite way to control weeds was prevent the seed. He said, you prevent the seed, you prevent the weed. And so we really focus on keeping those weeds controlled both at young, early stages so that they don't get to the point where they become problematic. And if they are putting on seeds and you're dispersing seeds from the weeds that are in your field, you're losing the battle, because once they start producing seeds, you're creating the next generation of weeds, right? So our goal is to suppress weed seed production or prevent weed seed production. Cover crops are one of the tools that we can use in that. And over time, you're never going to control it completely, But the idea is to deplete the weed seed bank enough that your crops have a leg up and they're going to be able to use that advantage to get you the yields that you want to get in your cropping system. Another idea that you really need to think about in an organic system or a sustainable system is really controlling the spread of weeds. Sanitation has a lot to do with that. If you're bringing in, manure from off farm, it's a good idea to know what might be in that manure. Talk to your people you're getting it from. Sanitation as far as your equipment, cleaning off your equipment. If you just flail mowed or crimper rolled in a field that's got a lot of weeds and you don't want to get those weeds into one of your other fields, it's probably a good idea to wash off your equipment. So sanitation is a tool that we can use to control the spread of weeds. Timing is everything. If you're using cover crops, we really want to get the cover crops in the fall. If you're growing for fall over winter, get them in as soon as you can, because the earlier you plant them in the fall, the more biomass they'll put on in the fall. More biomass in the fall equals more biomass in the spring and denser stands in the spring. And that's really, again, what you want to outcompete and to smother out some of your potential weed problems. And it's, really understanding when you really dig into the weeds, pun intended, right? And when you dig into the weeds in this stuff, you really have to understand the life cycle of the weeds as well as the cover crops. This is not something you can set it and forget it. You have to understand the life cycle of the weeds. Some of your weed species are going to be germinating earlier in the season. Some are going to be germinating later, depending on the species. You want to time your cover crop inhibition of weeds, and by extension, you're timing your termination, because that termination point where you're killing your cover crop helps determine how well you are going to suppress these weeds that germinate earliest in the spring. And so some of your weeds will germinate earlier, and this is what this graph is showing you here. Some of your weeds will germinate later. The key is to get those weeds suppressed in the earlier stages, where they will interfere more with your young crops before your crops become established. If you look at this figure, species 3 might not pose that much of a problem to your crop because it's germinating later. And so if it's germinating later, hopefully you've done everything you need to do at the front end to control species 1 and species 2 so that your crop is getting established and that canopy is getting established. And then the canopy of the crop itself that you intend to have in that field is actually inhibiting the growth of weed species number 3. So understanding the different weeds that you have there, understanding the life cycles of those weeds and when you expect to see them, that's all really important when you're talking about managing something in the context of the overall ecosystem, which is what we really do in organic production systems. Anytime you're managing an organic system and you're not relying on chemical tools and things like that are kind of silver bullet methods, you have to take the whole system into consideration. And in an organic system, as I hinted at earlier, the goal is not to eradicate. If I'm a non-organic farmer and I know I've got a weed problem, maybe I get on my tractor and I'll go out and dump some Roundup on the field. And my goal, if I'm doing that, is to eradicate my weed problem. That's not an option in organic. The goal is to control them and manage them and give your crop the best potential for outcompeting the weeds that you have as problems in your fields so that you can minimize the yield impacts of those weeds. And again, so I mentioned cover crops. I've been focusing on cover crops because that's a really important tool we have, but we use that in conjunction with tillage in an organic system. That is also one of our primary tools for controlling weeds early in the season. In-season cultivation, which is, slight disturbance of the soil, just enough to disturb the root system of any young weeds so that they can't get established. Good crop rotation practices will help fight weeds. Obviously, there's labor, right? We can go out there and pull weeds, but that's not fun. Anybody who's done it knows that's not fun. I've been to a few conferences where Wes Jackson, I don't know if anybody's familiar with Wes Jackson, but he's a sort of a big thinker in sustainable agricultural systems. He said if humans were meant to pull weeds, we would have evolved with longer arms. And so most of us don't like to get out there and pull weeds because, you know, it involves a lot of stooping and bending, and you know, we'd rather manage it these other ways. So that's my focus on cover crops. I think I'm going to shift gears just a little bit because, you know, we do have other options these days. You know, organic, most people think of organic and they think, wait, you can't use chemicals on organic, but we do have some options. But we got to be real careful that we're following the rules when we use these options that we can take advantage of in organic. And these have really started to come out in the last 10 to 15 years. People have really started to develop natural products that can be used as a organic approved herbicide. Now, all of these substances really have to comply with what we call the national list. If you're certified organic, you know what the national list is. It tells us what synthetic substances we can use, because it's true we can use chemicals in organic, but they've got to be approved. And so if you look at the Code of Federal Regulations, if you're really one of these legal geeks, you can look at the Code of Regulations, Title 7, Subtitle B, Chapter 1, Subchapter M, Part 205 will tell you all you need to know about the National Organic Program. And then if you look at subsection 601, it tells you all the approved synthetic substances you can use, and it's usually got some restrictions, right? It tells you the circumstances in which you can use them. And then there's another subsection, 205-602, that tells you what non-synthetic or natural substances are prohibited. So in organic, the rule of thumb is that you really can't use synthetic substances unless they're approved in the Code of Federal Regulations. And in general, you can use natural substances unless it's specifically prohibited. And so this national list tells you what is approved and what is prohibited in those particular instances. And so if you're looking for products in organic, we generally look for this OMRI logo. OMRI is the Organic Materials Research Institute, and they check all the ingredients on a product that is intended for use in organic and make sure that it complies with the organic program standards. Now, there's some other lists that are out there as well. Pennsylvania has a pretty well-established list of substances that are okay for use in organic. Washington State does too. I can work with KDA and call them up and run a list of ingredients by them, and they'll usually tell me, since they're a primary certifier here in Kentucky, they'll tell me whether or not it's acceptable, right? You always got to check with your certifier. But the OMRI logo is sort of a nationwide logo that usually indicates that something is approved for use in organic. And so if you look at this label on Avenger Weed Killer, sounds pretty heavy duty, right? Avenger Weed Killer. The active ingredient in that is actually a terpene, a naturally occurring terpene, D-limonene. You get it from citrus oils. But if we look at this label, if you look at the top left there in the red box, you can see that it's got that OMRI logo on there. And so you know that that product is probably okay for use in organic. You got to be careful about that. There are instances where people who are certified organic have used products with a similar label. And so sometimes they'll have product lines that'll have the same overall name. And I don't know if Avenger is one of them, but I'll use the Avenger example. There might be a Avenger that is similar in formulation, but maybe they've tweaked it for use in non-organic. So you got to really look at your logos to make sure that that particular product is approved for use in organic, and that OMRI logo is a pretty good indicator. Different product options out there as far as organic approved herbicides. Some of them are based on acids. So acetic acid, really basically it's high potency vinegar, and citric acid. These both act to sort of burn down your weeds. There are a lot of products derived from oils. So citrus oil, the product in the previous slide, Avenger, is based on citrus oil. It contains D-limonene. Clove oil is another one. It contains eugenol, and eugenol can actually have some mimics some hormones in plants and interferes with the target plant that way. These oils also sort of clog up the breathing apparatus of the plant. So some of them can have sort of a burning effect, and some of them can have a smothering effect and interfere with CO2 intake and off-gassing of oxygen in the photosynthesis process. Cinnamon oil is another potential product, lemongrass oil. And you've got some fatty acid derivatives, which are basically soaps. And so similar to the oils, they inhibit sort of the CO2 intake, oxygen off-gassing processes in plants. So sodium lauryl sulfate, ammonium nanoate, and then you've got some other fatty acid salts. The example on this slide that I give you is BioSafe Weed and Grass. The active ingredient there is that fatty acid derivative, ammonium nonanoate. Some things to think about if you're thinking about natural herbicides. They're non-selective, so they are broad spectrum to a degree. They're not going to be targeted at any one single plant. They'll have potential effects on lots of plants. They do break down rapidly, which is why they have an appeal in organic systems, and also for people who want to minimize their use of synthetics, or maybe minimize the potential for non-target effects or pollution effects that you might get with synthetics. These things break down pretty quickly. They're naturally derived substances. When they come in contact with the soils, microorganisms like to chew them up and break them down. Because they are rapid breakdown, they are good at killing emerged weeds, but the residual effect doesn't stick around. You're not going to get a termination effect on weeds a week or two after, where with some of your synthetics, they can have residual activity. These products work best with young weeds, so usually at that cotyledon stage or the first leaf stage. In general, the research has shown that they're better for broadleaf than for grasses, although there are some products that are specifically made to target grasses, including that BioSafe on the previous slide. Really important consideration is that these only kill contacted tissue, and so you really got to be aware of your concentration and your coverage. Generally, they work better at higher temperatures, 75 degrees Fahrenheit or higher. Sunlight is a cofactor which seems to improve the effectiveness of these products. And then you got to keep other factors in mind. You don't want to spray this stuff right before it's going to rain, obviously. These are some of the similar considerations you would keep in mind if you were going to use a non-organic synthetic herbicide. Is it going to be a windy day? Is it going to rain later in the day or tomorrow? You want to give this stuff a little time to act. And if you are organic, no matter what it says on the logo, if you're certified organic and you're interested in these products, make sure you put it in your OSP, your organic systems plan, and make sure you check with your certifier. If you're working with KDA, let them know, I'm considering this. Is this going to be okay in my system? You do not want to risk a non-compliance. So check with your certifier. This picture over here on the right is a plant that has been sprayed with capric acid and some trials out at Colorado State University. It's a little bit older plant. So as you can see, that didn't get a full kill, right? So again, this stuff works best on younger plants. Right after emergence is the ideal time to hit them. And that's actually true both with a lot of your labor and cultivation practices, as well as these non conventional herbicide applications. All right, so that's what I got on weed control in non-conventional systems. And when Jody and I were talking about having me speak today, I said I'll do it, but I also want to plug a new project that I'm working on with Dr. Margaret Bernard here at KSU, and also the Organic Association of Kentucky. And so I want to shift gears a little bit and just kind of plug this new program that I'm going to need help from our stakeholders with. It's ultimately a program that's going to hopefully help KSU's extension stakeholders. But I really want to involve our stakeholders in this, especially people who are interested in organic. So I'm working on a project that Dr. Bernard and I have received a little funding for from the Specialty Crop Block Grant Program. And it is geared towards bringing more equity and diversity into organic agriculture. And we see this as an opportunity for KSU stakeholders. KSU, we're an 1890 land grant, and one of our missions in extension is to really serve our underserved, underrepresented, and minority stakeholders. And I think this program really has potential to carry out that mission really well. And so, I've been talking about organic weed control. A lot of people are interested in organic because organic food costs more for the consumer, which in turn, means in general, if you're a producer, you can capitalize on more profits, right? And so this picture that I'm showing you, if you've seen me speak about hemp, organic hemp, or, I use this slide a lot in different presentations because it really shows the increase in profits that a particular products can give an organic producer. So, I always use the example. I got two boys, one's 12 and one's 9, and they drink a lot of milk, and we go through a gallon every 2 or 3 days. And so, a gallon of organic milk is about $6.50 if you buy it at the grocery store. Non-organic, you can go out to Walmart and get yourself a jug of non-organic milk for $1.50 to $2, right? I don't know. Inflation might have kicked that up a little bit recently, but the point is there's a big difference between the cost of organic and the cost of non-organic. For milk, for the example there, if you see the blue line that represents milk in this bar graph here, you're looking at a 72% profit above non-organic product. And we see that in, grains as well. If you're looking at corn and soybean, field crops, organic products generally sell for a higher price than non-organic. To me, this represents an opportunity for the organic producer, right, to get more of that agricultural dollar and ultimately, make yourself a living. Your farm is not sustainable if you are not making a profit. And so this is one tool that we potentially have to help producers make higher profits. There's a cost. Organic is done differently. And so there's a learning curve to get in. But you can see higher profits. Organic is an area where we've seen increased growth across the board almost every year since the organic program has been initiated. And so if you just look at the bottom line of this table, I don't want to dig too deep into the weeds in the table here, but the bottom row represents percent growth. And you look at 2011, organic sales grew 9.7% over what they saw in 2010. And you could see every year it's grown, pretty close to about 10%. There were a few blips there, 2017, 2018, 2019, you saw a little bit of a slowing in growth, but then 2020, almost 13% growth. So, the point here is that you can make a little more money growing organic products. Sales in organic has continued to increase. The American consumer is continuously showing more interest in organic. And so that represents a real opportunity, I think. Now let's take a different look at some things and look at some demographic information. Nationally, about 1.5% of all our farmers are Black farmers. whereas, the overall population of the United States is about 12% Black people. In Kentucky, it's even bigger gap, right? We have about 0.5% of Kentucky farmers identify as Black farmers. So not a whole lot of, 385 out of almost 76,000 farms, 385 of those are Black owned. I got those numbers using the National Agricultural Statistics Service. When I try to find out how many organic farmers identify as Black, I can't find that information. There's just not that demographic data available in the USDA Organic Survey. It's not really readily available. Some folks back in 2012 did a very in-depth type of data digging that I haven't been able to do to date, and they found out that of 33,000 Black-owned farms, there were only, and somehow my statistic got cut off there. Roughly 33,000 Black-owned farms in the United States. There's only about 116 of them that are certified organic. And so, if we look at Kentucky, anecdotally, and I work closely with Kentucky Department of Ag and the Organic Association of Kentucky, we don't have any Black-owned farms that are certified organic in Kentucky. And similarly, a big part of organic is inspecting and making sure people are following the rules. And within the folks that do that, we're also not aware of much minority or Black participation among inspectors or certification reviewers. And so, the project that Dr. Bernard and I are working on is we really want to start identifying the barriers that are keeping Black people and minorities from participating in organic agriculture, particularly here in Kentucky. Are there systemic barriers, structural barriers, perceived barriers? This is information that we really need. And this is why I'm plugging this with this project that we're working on. In the next couple of months, we will be putting out a survey. And we really want to work with our stakeholders to understand why, and particularly our Black stakeholders and our minority stakeholders, why are people reticent or apprehensive about getting into organic? What are the things that are keeping you from being interested in organic? And if we could start figuring this out, maybe we can start addressing those barriers and breaking them down and making organic a more inclusive space for producers and ultimately consumers, because we know organic products are not consumed by Black consumers at the same rates that they are as middle-class urban white consumers, right? And so we're trying to really break down some of these barriers and make organic an option for a wider swath of people, both on the production side and ultimately at the consumer side. There are also career opportunities in organic, right? Obviously, if we don't have any inspectors we don't have enough inspectors or certification reviewers in general. That's demographics aside, there's a shortage. And so that's a career opportunity right there. We need inspectors with the growth that we've seen in organic. But we also know that within the inspectors that we do have and the certification reviewers that we do have, there is not much minority representation. And so we'd really like to start identifying these barriers. And so I just wanted to plug this today to plant the seed. And hopefully we can go forward. If you are interested in working with us, maybe completing a survey, please reach out to me, because I think this is an area where we really have an opportunity to make some inroads in building equity and diversity and helping our stakeholders. And that's what I got today. I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Jody, and thank you to everyone in the audience that's listening. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about what we do in our organic program and some of the things that we really want to do in our organic program here at Kentucky State. So with that, I will answer any questions. Again, if you are interested in that, if you want any answers that I don't answer today, and if you're interested in the project about building diversity within organic, please email me, seanlucas@kysu.edu. Especially if you're interested in participating in our survey that we'll be putting out in the next couple months. But I guess my job now is to maybe take a look at the chat and see if there are any questions. Looks like I have a few. All right. All right, I have one question that Ashley has dropped in the chat. It says, are cover crops the same thing as green manure? Yes and no. So green manures, all green manures are cover crops, but all cover crops are not necessarily green manures. When we're using the term green manure, we're really talking about cover crops, usually that contain a lot of leguminous plants. So the idea is, this is where the sort of the manure component comes in. We're trying to put more nutrients in the soil. A rye cover crop is going to give you a lot of biomass, and it's going to put a lot of organic carbon in your soil. It's going to do a good job at keeping the soil covered, and it will do a good job, competing against and maybe even suppressing weeds through allelopathy. But it's not going to fix nitrogen from the atmosphere and release that nitrogen from the biomass into the soil, like, say, vetch or Austrian winter pea or that sun hemp. Those are all legumes, right? So if the intention of the cover crop is to put nutrients into the soil, a big shot of nutrients into the soil, then we refer to it as a green manure. If you're just really trying to keep the soil covered, get good biomass, then it's more of a cover crop. So yes and no. It's kind of the same thing, but there's semantic differences there. Are organic systems better for soil invertebrates? I love these kinds of questions. It depends on the management. You can manage an organic system well, and then yes, it's better for soil invertebrates. And I guess to really truly answer this, I'd kind of have to know the specific examples that we're thinking of. But in general, when you're running an organic system and you're managing with the intent to build soil organic matter and build the ecological community in the soil, which is really where all your nutrient cycling is coming from in an organic system, you are favoring, all of your biology, but you can poorly manage a system too. And if you're not really building soil organic matter, which, if you're not managing your soil right, if you're poorly managing your soil, even in an organic system, just because you have that organic logo doesn't mean you're going to be managing things well. You have to understand your system and take care of it. So it really depends on the circumstance. I've got a new message. Let me make sure I'm not running out of time. All right. Why don't conservation agencies use more organic pesticides in their land management? It's a good question. I think part of it is because these products, they're harder to manage with. You have to understand how they work. You have to change your mindset. You're not going to get a complete kill all the time with some of these organic products, but they are getting better. And I think part of it is also that, these are just coming out in the last decade, 15 years, 20 years, right? I had a friend at Ohio State. He manages one of their research stations, and he was talking about using organic herbicides, vinegar. He's pretty ahead of the game on things. He started talking about it about 15 years ago and did a lot of work with it. And now we have more products. Vinegar was a big one, right? Acetic acid. But now we're developing more products and more tools in the toolbox. But it's still relatively new, right? And I think that, over time, we may see more adoption of some of these products. Are our most effective cover crops grasses or mixtures of things? More and more, we're seeing people prefer mixtures. It really depends on what you want to do with the cover crop. But more and more, we're seeing farmers, and this is an area where I think farmers are ahead of the research. There are some really innovative, really good farmers that are doing multi-species cover crop mixes where they understand that each cover crop is going to have a very particular function within, or each plant in that cover crop mix is going to have a very particular function. They may put radishes in there to loosen up a compacted soil. They may put rye in there to put a lot of biomass on and build soil carbon. The vetch obviously will bring you some nitrogen, right? Some people use things like chicory, which have deep root systems, and they will bring nutrients up from lower layers in the soil profile. And so, you know, the most effective cover crops are the ones that you understand what all the functions of the plants within the cover crop are. So I think that's the best way to answer that question. Looks like I have no other questions. And so with that, again, thank you, Jody, for letting me come in and talk about these things that I think about in organic systems and our upcoming project. And hope everybody enjoys the rest of the third Thursday. Stay warm. It's a cold day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lucas. That was such an excellent presentation. You know, it was so great seeing your explanation about approaching this as a whole system, and we've seen that theme earlier with the other talks that we've seen, and we'll see more of that as we talk about the specific tools. You know, looking at things from a scheduling point of view, trying to, like I said, an integrated approach, and from a pest management standpoint specifically, we call that integrated pest management. I frequently, probably every workshop I do, I get questions from landowners, from farmers who are either interested in organic certification, are already certified, or simply want to be more sustainable. And they ask me some of these things, and I often don't have the experience to answer them. And I'm glad to see this content here at the program. Please reach out to Dr. Lucas. He's very experienced in what he does, and we hope that we can integrate more of this content together with this. So, all right. So next up, we have Elizabeth Johnson, who's a wildlife biologist with the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources. And Elizabeth is going to be talking about pollinator habitat management for us. So I will get out of the way and let Elizabeth take it from here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Johnson. Thank you all for tuning in today, and thanks to KSU for having me. I'm a private lands biologist with Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources. I work out of the USDA Service Center here in Frankfort. And today I'm just going to talk a little bit about pollinator habitat and its management. I'm going to briefly talk about why pollinators are important, who our pollinators are, and then I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about how we can best manage pollinator habitat. So over 100 crop species in North America rely on pollinating insects. And to put a price tag on it, our insect pollinated crops are worth about $30 billion annually, either in the form of food, medicine, or different materials like things to make clothing. Aside from crops, our wildflowers, trees, and shrubs are all pollinated by insects, so they rely on these insects to be able to regenerate. Our native insects evolved with native plants. So these insects rely on our native plants and vice versa. Our native plants have evolved to be able to be pollinated by specific insects. So as we see a decline in our native plants, whether it be for agriculture development, urban development, we also see a decrease in our native insects. Besides just insects and pollinator species, our native plants provide so much food and cover for a variety of wildlife species, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. Who are our pollinators? Who are we looking for? The first thing that probably comes to many people's mind are bees, and especially the European honeybee. That's not a native species, but we do rely a lot on the European honeybee to pollinate our plants. But other Bees such as wood bees or just bumblebees are also pollinators. Another obvious one is butterflies, the next one that probably comes to mind, as well as moths. And then things like beetles and flies are also pollinators, which most people or the general public might not realize. Besides insects, we do have some other animals that pollinate plants like bats and hummingbirds. Kentucky is over 90% privately owned, so that's a lot of opportunity. Even though it's not all used for wildlife, it's a huge opportunity for us to be able to protect existing pollinator habitat as well as create new pollinator habitat. So if you take a look at that picture in the right-hand corner, a lot of people might walk out into this field and say, oh, this is hideous. We need to be keeping this bush hogged. We need to keep it manicured. But actually, if you take a closer look, you can see some goldenrod and some different forbs that are trying to grow there. This would be a great place for somebody to come in and say, oh, this is some pollinator habitat here. I'm going to get rid of these shrubs. They look like autumn olive anyway, so they need to go. And I'm going to knock back these cedars and just manage this how it is now as an open field with some herbaceous cover. This is another example is just a field border around soybeans. As Jacob mentioned earlier, some of the places maybe near water in your crop field, they're not going to produce as much yield for your crop anyway. So just leave that as a field border. There's a likely chance that pollinator species are already there. Another thing that we can do is just start from scratch and create pollinator habitat from the ground up. One of the best things that we can do as stewards of the land is get rid of fescue. As most of us know, it's the dominant grass cover in Kentucky. We're probably all familiar with fields that look like that in the picture below. Obviously, it suppresses our native plants. The only thing in that field is fescue. There's no wildflower and no cover really for wildlife. The growth form and toxic endophyte make it actually detrimental for ground nesting species. They can't eat it. It will make them sick. And clearly that's not very good nesting cover for something like a quail or a rabbit. I know we just spent a lot of time talking about non-chemical ways to get rid of stuff, but I am going to give you a couple of options that you can use to get rid of fescue. A spray in the spring and another spray, or a spray in the fall followed by another spray in the spring is the best way, the most optimal way to get rid of fescue. Before you do any spraying, you'll want to mow that grass down to about 8 to 10 inches. That's going to get rid of any old growth and make sure that your chemical is able to make good contact with that actively growing fescue. One chemical option is glyphosate, which you can use at a rate of 2 quarts per acre with a 41% active ingredient. And glyphosate definitely needs a second spraying, again, one in the fall, one in the spring. Fescue is a broad spectrum herbicide, so it's probably going to damage anything that it makes contact with, but there are some options that are a little bit more specific or selective. Clethodim is a good option if you know you have pre-existing clover or some different broadleaf plants. You can use clethodim at a rate of about 16 ounces per acre with a 26% active ingredient. And again, that's going to help not take out any clover or broadleaf plants that you already have. Imazapic is another selective herbicide that you can use if native grasses are present. It's a good option if for post-emergent invasives. So you can use that if native grass is already starting to grow. You'll want to use that at a 6 to 8 ounce per acre rate. And all of these can use a surfactant, which just helps the herbicide make contact and stick to the grass. Once the fescue is gone, you have a couple of different ways you can manage the area to help that pollinator habitat. The first and a very excellent option is just a spray and walk away. So you've knocked back the fescue or whatever competition was already there, and you're just allowing that seed bed to come up on its own and open the gateway for natural succession. Many fields already have a natural seed bed with our native species, so you'll see things like goldenrod, ironweed, vetch, milkweeds, and blackberries start to grow, and you can see our pollinators like that ironweed. Obviously, they love the milkweed, and I've seen a lot of places where I'll go out on a field visit. Oh, I see some orange butterfly milkweed. I tell the landowner, maybe you could just spray this, knock it back for fescue, let it come back on its own because it clearly has a good seed bed here that's just waiting to be released. This is a good option when an area might be difficult to get equipment to. So if it's really steep, they're not comfortable taking that equipment out. they can maybe just hit it with a couple of sprays and let it come back on its own. If it's steep and they're worried about erosion, they don't want to try to do any type of light disking. Again, you can just spray it and see what happens. Even if you just spray and walk away, you're still going to want to watch for invasives, things like Johnson grass, because those will be a problem over time. If you want something a little bit more involved, the option of a pollinator planting is always there. So a pollinator planting is a mix of native forbs and warm season grasses. A 9-forb mix is great. You can include 3 early season flowering plants, 3 mid-season flowering plants, and then 3 late season flowering plants. And what this does is ensure that there's forage, nesting sites, and cover available for our pollinator species through the entire growing season. So it doesn't just stop in early summer. That's going to be a productive plot for the entire season. On top of the pollinating flowering forbs, you can also include some warm season grasses. This is a really, really nice addition, especially if you're interested in creating wildlife habitat for all species. Those warm season grasses are bunch grasses. They provide really good nesting cover, and it just provides a little bit more structural diversity as far as the size of leaves and the way that wildlife are able to move through these fields. Some different plant species and the rates at which you might want to plant: black-eyed Susans, white beard tongue, purple coneflower, Illinois bundleflower, rigid goldenrod, gray-headed coneflower, New England aster, partridge pea, and false sunflower. On all of the pollinator plantings that I've been on so far, I've been on a lot where they just put the seed in early in the spring last year. And black-eyed Susans and partridge pea are in almost every single one. So those black-eyed Susans really want to grow. The partridge pea will come up a little bit later in the season. It's one of the later flowering plants, but those are 2 that you can look for that will definitely come up in that first year. And again, a good seed mix will probably contain 1 pure live seed pound each of little blue stem, Virginia wild rye, and side oats grama. Those are those native warm season grasses that will provide just a little more diversity in what you plant. And these are just some examples of those plants I talked about. So there's the black-eyed Susan. A lot of us are probably already really familiar with that flower. There's the New England aster, purple coneflower. This is one I would certainly recommend for people who are interested in planting. I see every insect that I listed is on a purple coneflower at some point. There's an example of little blue stem. You can see that's a really nice bunch grass. You can imagine that's great nesting cover, good escape cover for songbirds and different wildlife that want to come out and use forage on the insects, forage on that seed. They're able to quickly escape into those grasses. And then there's some side oats grama, again, another native warm season bunch grass. Pollinator plantings are quite a bit more involved than just the spray and walk away option. Again, right out of the gate, you want to get those 2 sprayings in. You're left with a field that looks something like that image on the far left. Once you've sprayed, you can consider doing just a very light disking. The native warm season grass and our native pollinator plants, that seed only needs to go about 1/4 inch in the ground. And actually, if it goes farther in the ground than that, it will not germinate. So you just want to do something like a really light disking to maybe get rid of some of the thatch and make sure that that native seed is able to get really good seed to soil contact, because it's very, very important for their germination. You could also do a light disking if you're just going to do a hand broadcast. Maybe you don't want to use a drill. You don't have a large enough area to really worry about using a drill. You do that light disking, and then you just go through and broadcast the seed. Then you get to the planting portion. If you want to use a drill, the native warm season grass does require a specialized drill because the seed is kind of fuzzy. So you'll need to have a special drill to be able to do that. And here you can see one of our biologists is filling up this native warm season grass drill to go through and plant this area that's been sprayed. The best time to plant generally in our part of the world is mid-May to mid-June. If you get behind, you can't get that seed in the ground before the end of June, it might be a better idea to just wait and try it again next year. That's the best optimal time to get the seed in the ground. After you've put the seed in the ground, it might be a good idea to cultipack, and especially if you did that light disking. Again, this is just going to make sure that the seed is able to get really good seed to soil contact. Once you got your seed in the ground, you got it cultipated down, you're set to go, hope for a little bit of rain. This is what you're going to see in your early growth. You can see definitely some little forbs. Obviously, those black-eyed Susans, like I said, have gone crazy in this particular patch, but you can also see along the edges a little bit of Johnson grass. So this is what a very early, put in the ground May, you come back later in the year, this is what it's going to look like. Our pollinator plantings do have a little bit of an establishment period. So this diagram in the middle does a really good job of showing a comparison of root systems. In the center, you can see some lawn grass. In this example, it's Kentucky bluegrass. You can compare that root system to our native plants. As you can see, much larger, much more intricate. In the first 2 years, our native species are dedicating almost all of their energy to below ground growth. And that means it's up to us to manage above ground competition. In the first year, you definitely want to try to mow the area to help knock back invasive species. And you want to try to mow before the competition has a chance to get thick and before it has a chance to go to seed. If you're able to keep the seed from going into the ground, hopefully you can knock back those invasive species for the next year. You want to mow at a height of no lower than 8 inches. This is going to help make sure that you don't take out anything that has started to grow, like those black-eyed Susans that rely on getting their seed in the ground to be able to come back. And you're going to want to manage against a couple different plants. The big ones I saw this past year were Johnson grass, which you can do a spot spray for. As you see it come up, just spray it and hopefully that'll take care of it and kill it. Another one that I've seen, and you can definitely tell in this picture, is foxtails. And that's one you can try to mow before it goes to seed, and hopefully you'll help knock back that competition. So after those first 2 years, hopefully in the third year and subsequent years, you're going to get something that starts to look like this. As you can tell in both these pictures, one of these is in Nicholas County, the other one is in Pendleton County. We've got a wide variety of flowers. I can pick out black-eyed Susan, gray-headed coneflowers, purple coneflowers, and in the left, you can see some really nice bunch grasses starting to come in too. So as you can see, if you're able to do the prep correctly, you do all of the installation process the best you can, this is what you will hopefully end up with. And you can tell this is really just a lot of diversity, good structural diversity, great resources for pollinators to be able to forage on, nest in, and take cover in, as well as being really good food sources for our wildlife. The fun doesn't stop there, of course. You might have a beautiful pollinator field, but you can't just let it go or it will not stay that way. Once that third year arrives, you're going to want to start a 3-year rotation. So if you're working with just a smaller field, you'll want to break that up into thirds, and each year either mow, disc, or if you have the resources, burn an area, and then each year burn a different spot. Now, if you're working on a larger scale and you have multiple fields, you can put those entire fields into a rotation. So year 1, we're going to disc field 1, year 2, disc field 2, and so on. As I mentioned, these pollinator plantings and pollinator habitat are important to many more species than just our pollinating insects. The pollinator habitat provides food and cover for lots of wildlife species, all the way from songbirds to game birds, small game like rabbits, and even our deer depend on these thick, brushier habitats for cover and for food. I love this picture. It's actually the desktop background on my laptop. We were out on a site in Robertson County where somebody had done a pollinator planting. And I said, wow, this looks really good. So I got down on the ground to see what this would look like if I was a quail chick. As you can tell, there's plenty of bare ground for a quail chick or a turkey poult to move around. They're looking for insects, they're looking for seed, but from the top and from the side, you can tell that they would really be concealed from predators. And this early stage, these chicks, these poults, this is when we're most worried about them. So they need habitat that looks like this to be able to safely hunt and forage. And again, same goes for rabbits. They're able to forage on these little forbs. You can even see some clover growing in here, but they need that good nesting cover as well as good places to forage and still be concealed from predators. And again, these pollinators and native grass species they get a little bit thick. It's hard to see through from the side. So that makes it good bedding and escape cover for deer as well. So if you're working with an area that was already in pollinator habitat that you've just decided to leave as that, there's not really much you can do about where it goes. But if you're going to go through the effort of actually doing a pollinator planting, you want to make sure that you get the most from that you can. You can use your pollinator planting to enhance other practices you have going on your property, and you can use other practices to enhance your pollinator planting. So one big one that I recommend to landowners is areas of this pollinator habitat around their food plot. So let's say, just for example, somebody wants to put in a clover food plot. This is a good option because your pollinators are going to use that clover anyway. But if you put in that pollinator cover around the edges, they're going to have some nice thick escape cover. They're going to be more comfortable coming out into your food plot because they know they have a quick place that they can escape. Another really big one I try to get landowners on board with are shrub borders or strips. This is one that you can use to enhance your pollinator planting because that shrub border provides, again, a different type of cover, another type of escape for our wildlife. But shrubs are pollinator species in themselves. So if you add shrub species to your field, you've increased the diversity of pollinator species that those insects will be able to use. Now, just a couple of examples. This is a quick, rough plan I put together for a landowner. We're interested in this corner over here. This back corner, he was really interested in putting in a food plot. I said, okay, let's do that. And then in this big, nice field, why don't we put in a pollinator habitat mix? And then between the two, we'll do a row of shrubs. And then over here, there's a creek. I said, let's border that entire pollinator field in shrubs. That way, the wildlife coming out to use that food plot, they know they have nice escape cover. You're going to have a little bit of gradual transition from that herbaceous pollinator habitat into some woody cover. So as you can see, that's a little bit of a mosaic. Your food plot is enhanced by having the shrubs and then that pollinator habitat escape cover. And your pollinator habitat is enhanced by increasing the number of species available for the pollinating insects to use. Here's another example where the landowner was a little bit less likely to want or be able to use equipment to go through with an entire pollinator planting, but it was an excellent candidate for just a spray and walk away practice. So this is a big ridge top in Pendleton County. There's just a little bit of flat spot and then it kind of drops off on either side. So I said, why don't we just spray that? I noticed milkweed trying to grow. We'll spray it and just see what comes up in its place. And then interspersed throughout these stripes, I suggested to put in some shrub corridors. So those will work as places where wildlife are able to travel across that field. And again, just a quick place for wildlife to escape. So I work for Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife, but I also work with NRCS, which is the Natural Resources Conservation Service. And I work on different cost share programs that are available to landowners to do practices like this conservation cover. This is the one most relevant to my talk today. So the conservation cover is a cost share per acre to put in these, to plant pollinators and create this habitat. So if you're interested in this, the way it works is we would get you an application for EQIP, which is the Environmental Quality Incentives Program. And once you put your application in, a private lands biologist or a farm bill biologist like myself comes out, we do a field visit, we look at what you've got on your property, talk about what you're interested in, and then we talk about how you can get from point A to point B. And besides just the pollinator cover, there are lots of other cost share practices available through NRCS. The shrubs are a cost share program. So there's lots and lots of stuff that you can do through NRCS, including this conservation cover that might take some of the stress of the cost off of you because these things can get pretty pricey. And then just some resources for you. A lot of what I talked about today comes from this Kentucky Pollinator Handbook. This comes from NRCS and it's part of our field office technical guide. I've got the link here if you can use it, but you can also just do a quick Google search for Kentucky Pollinator Handbook and it's at least the first two links that come up. And another is our Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Habitat How-Tos. Again, there's the link, but you can just do a Google search for Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Habitat How-Tos. And there's a long list of different things that you can do on your property and a little bit about how to do those, including these pollinator plantings, native warm season grasses, things like that. And with that, I'll open up to any questions. Over here on the side, I've got my contact information. That's my email address and my cell phone. Like I said, I work out of the USDA Service Center in Frankfort. I currently cover Franklin, Woodford, Anderson, Shelby, Trimble, Henry, Oldham, and Jefferson counties. So if you own any property or you know anybody that owns property in those counties and they're interested in implementing different conservation practices, please shoot me an email, send me a text, give me a call. I would be more than happy to set up a field visit and talk about your interest and help you get there. Now I'm going to go to my chat. So here's a question. Do you prefer to incorporate shrubs in your pollinator habitat or leave them out to make maintenance easier? So I don't have any property that I manage myself, so I can't say how hard it is to work around these shrubs, but I think that it would be worth it to have to move around them. If you put them around just the edge, then you don't have to worry about it at all. You just go over to the shrub edge and you maintain your pollinator habitat in between those edges. As far as the rows go, again, you could just do a row across a field far enough to leave yourself room to get equipment through for however you're going to manage and maintain your pollinator habitat. So I think that shrubs are definitely worth whatever inconvenience might come from trying to maintain. Now, if you're interested in burning entire fields, then maybe not. But if you're just going to disc or mow, then I would say it's worth it to just go around them because they do create that nice soft transition from herbaceous cover. A lot of the time, maybe the next thing over is just an open cattle pasture, or a lot of the time, something like this, you're backed up straight to that hard edge of a forest. So incorporating those shrubs can be really, really beneficial. Then can you burn a new pollinator planting too soon? I'm going to say yes. Yes, because there are some plants that are going to try to come up in those first 2 years, like the black-eyed Susans. If you burn those in the very first year and those black-eyed Susans haven't had a chance to go to seed, they're probably not going to come back. They depend on getting that seed back into the ground. So yes, I would not implement any kind of burning practice until at least the third year, maybe not even until the fourth year. Can you plant too many or too few plants in a native pollinator planting? I would say you can definitely plant too few because the best way to operate these pollinator plantings is to make sure you have species that are going to flower at different times in the growing season, just to make sure that those pollinating insects have the forage, the nesting sites, and the cover that they need for the entire growing season. If you don't have enough diversity, you might just hit one of those spots within the growing season, and then that pollinator planting is not going to be nearly as beneficial as something with a lot of different species. As far as having too many species, I'm not sure about that, other than just making sure you have enough seeding. The seeding rate is high enough that those plants will be able to germinate, because not every seed that goes in the ground is going to germinate. So if you want to have a large diversity of species, just make sure that you're planting the seed at a high enough rate that you're going to have success with germination. And it looks like that's it. Thank you all for listening to me talk, and please write down my contact information. I'd be happy to come out and talk with you more about this or lots of other different practices that you can do on your property.
Elizabeth, thank you very much. That was so good. I really loved the scenarios that you gave and the different situations and how to handle them, how to really integrate the practices into the plantings and the steps that are needed. Those are some of the most common questions, which I'm sure you get more frequently than I do. Folks, once again, please reach out to Elizabeth. Please reach out to the Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources. They're some of the most active folks and one of the most active agencies in all kinds of habitat management, game and non-game management. All right, folks, we got the important ones out of the way, so I will be up next. But before we get into brush management or invasive woody plant management, we're going to just take a break for just a second and get my presentation rolling, and we'll be back with you in just a second. All right, folks, welcome back. I'm going to reintroduce myself. Once again, my name is Jody Thompson. I work with Kentucky State University, and I work in the Forestry and Natural Resources program here. We're a small and growing program, and we're pretty diverse. We look at things like forest health, and that could be anything from like planning actual improvements, which might include how your woodland is doing, or it might include invasive species management, diversity of wildlife and plants. We focus mostly on the plant communities. Another aspect we're trying to grow here is agroforestry, which is simply incorporating trees and shrubs into like traditional production systems to make them more integrated. And finally, we have a general natural resources program that largely focuses on small-scale pollinator habitat because it's so beneficial and so diverse across different types of land uses, whether you're a traditional producer or whether you are a recreational landowner or even a forest landowner. So we're able to incorporate that system in lots of different ways for lots of different benefits. But what are we talking about here today? We're mostly talking about how to control invasive shrubs, trees, and vines. Another way to look at that is brush management, and that's woody plant management. And everybody is dealing with some kind of brush, whether it's invasive or just some other kind of weedy, which I'll explain here in a second. But you may have fence rows, you may have woodlands, you may have a pollinator planting, you may have stream sides that need to be open a little bit more. Maybe it's just from a maintenance issue on fence rows, or maybe it is full-blown, really dense, wall-to-wall, you can barely walk through honeysuckle in your woodlands. Those are the kinds of things we're talking about with this talk, and mostly we're going to talk about scenarios and which tools are better for those scenarios, because lots of people come to me asking about, how do I do this more efficiently? Can I do this? And some folks could use a more efficient approach. And so hopefully I can point you in that direction to make your lives a little bit easier. That's my contact information, jody.thompson@kysu.edu, and that is my cell number. If you need to reach out to me, text me or leave me a message and I'll get back to you. But I respond to either one. So, what are the scenarios we're going to talk about? There are a few that are very, very common. And we're going to use largely the shrubs as the model for this, because they're our most prolific growers as far as woody plants anyway. They also usually make up the biggest diversity of the plants we're dealing with when we're managing brush. So you're usually going to deal with, I've said small, but it's like scattered short plants. Or you're going to deal with lots of short plants. Or you're going to have scattered very large plants, and I categorize a large plant, or I define that usually as something taller than you. Or you may have lots and lots of tall plants. More often than not, though, it's going to be a mix of things. And it could be anything, even with adjacent properties, you could see those scenarios being very different. And you'll handle each of those scenarios in a specific way. At least that's my suggestion to you. So, some decisions you have to make. And it kind of depends on your goals, depends on your comfort level, but it also may depend on whether you're certified organic. And that is, do you use herbicides? And if you do use herbicides, which ones do you use? You may just personally decide you're not going to use herbicides no matter what, but you see the nuances in that. And whether you use herbicides or not greatly affects the efficiency and the efficacy of your treatments, because that's what we're going to be talking about is treatments. How much regular work are you actually going to do? Sometimes when we start something new, we have big plans, we have big interests, we get excited about something. Maybe you have a new property and somebody inspired you to do something specific with it. But until you practice that new thing, you don't really know what it takes usually. And that's across practices, hobbies, whatever it is. Another decision you have to make is, are power tools an option? There are some very dangerous power tools. There are power tools that most of us in the business would recommend you get training for. There are power tools that you may have grown up with, but then there are a lot of different scales of power tools. And a power tool could be a battery-operated chainsaw, a battery-operated piece of construction equipment like a sawzall, which it's also called a reciprocating saw. Or you may actually even have to get into very heavy equipment that you may have to rent or pay somebody to do. So those are the three things that affect the most what kind of work you're going to be able to do in your situation. So let's start with the scenarios. First, you may have situations where you see scattered short plants. And in this picture, this is an amber honeysuckle, also called bush honeysuckle, and so are these other short plants. But you see back in this part that there's gaps, there's not too much going on, and some of the plants pick up. And then it may be a mix of scattered short invasive plants with native things, and you have to be able to separate those out, because usually the things you only want to treat are the invasives. And I'm going to step back, and I'm going to define invasive for you. We're first going to start with what a weed is. And a weed is just a plant that's in the way. It really doesn't matter if it's native. It doesn't matter if it's non-native. It's just in your way somehow. And it's either causing you a problem now, or you expect it to be causing you a problem. And that's a weed. Invasive, though, is something very specific. An invasive plant has to have two components to it. It has to be non-native, and it has to be causing some kind of harm, ecological harm, economic harm. And when we consider just invasive species in general outside of the realm of just plants, we sometimes include the component of it may be causing harm to human health. But in the situations we're talking about, natural resources management, it's causing some kind of ecological or economic harm. Just being non-native does not define an invasive plant. If we only defined invasive as non-native, then we would have to categorize spinach and lettuce and fruit trees and most of our turf grasses, most of our herbs. We would have to categorize most of those as invasive, but they're not. Those things are not usually causing any kind of harm. However, they are non-native. So remember that distinction. Not invasive plants specifically are usually causing our biggest, most intensive problems at the highest rates. That's when we focus on those the most. So scattered short plants. You have some options here. And usually these short plants are below waist height, or they may be close to it. Let's see what this next slide says. Yeah, scattered short plants. If you don't have to use herbicides often with very short plants, because they can often be hand pulled, if you're of reasonable health, that is. Now, even things that you can hand pull in some situations, let's say you've had very, very dry soils and your soils are very clayey, you may not be able to hand pull those. You may throw your back out trying to, whereas in other conditions, in heavy rains, which you can sometimes hand pull bigger plants, or just under normal situations you can. And so it's common question and sometimes common advice, even within the landowner community, to say, just go hand pull them. And for some of those you can. And I know landowners who've gotten their properties to the point, I know a landowner that has over 150 acres and it's mostly woodlands, and he has gotten it to the point he only has to do occasional hand pulling of any invasives on his property a couple of times a year to keep everything in really good shape. Your other option for these short plants is to, and here the key too is scattered plants. If you have a bazillion plants growing so densely over acres and acres and acres, the act of you leaning over, hand pulling, and standing up, that can wear on you a lot. So I often don't even recommend that, not at least to happen in any short amount of time. Another option, though, is a foliar spray, and that's using an herbicide mixture where you spray the leaves. And our most common and accessible and effective herbicides for that are the active ingredients triclopyr, and you see a 3 and 4 on the screen, and glyphosate, any glyphosate product. Very, very effective. Triclopyr, most of these foliar sprays you want to do when they have most of their leaves on them, and the leaves are not fading out or about to fall off. They're not going to be very effective otherwise. And some examples of this, autumn olive, bush honeysuckle, multiflora rose, or our Asian privet species, they work very, very well on these. So what's our next, tools. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. So these still scattered short plants, if you're just going to spray them, a backpack sprayer works perfectly well. If you're going to hand pull them off, obviously just a pair of gloves and reasonable health helps. You know, the sprayers, though, they can be any from these 1 to 2 gallon sprayers that you just walk around with, small pressurized hand sprayers, these spray bottles. I do not recommend spray bottles that these $2 spray bottles that you have to constantly pump to keep pressure in. It just doesn't cover well. But you can get pressurized handheld spray bottles up to half gallon that can handle several plants. And there is a little bit of risk of collateral damage, we call non-target effects, with spraying. There's a risk of spraying something you didn't want to. So if you have rare plants or if you're spraying around plantings that you care about, you just want to be very careful with that. There's another treatment that we use with these woody plants called cut stump treatments, and that is we're cutting the plant as short as we can and we're spraying the cut surface. Now with the foliar sprays, you're typically going to use something in the concentration of like a 1 to 3% solution, but with a cut stump, you have to use something much higher, usually a minimum of 20% solution for that to be effective. All right, the next option is dense short growth. So short plants, there's a lot of these plants, lots of stems growing over the area. Hand pulling, like I said, can be a problem because you can lead to your like physical injury. And anybody who's ever been to the gym or played ball or is just used to gardening knows that lots of squatting down, bending over, and leaning up and standing up many, many times in a row in a short amount of time, it's really easy to hurt yourselves. Now, early in the season, you can sometimes simply cut these back without even a treatment. Because early in the season, and by early in the season I mean spring, when other plants are starting to emerge. Now, when you have lots and lots of these plants, you don't want to spray other plants that you care about, some of our native wildflowers, for example. So sometimes it's valuable just to cut these plants out of the way, expecting that they're going to resprout, and then you may retreat them at a different season after they've resprouted. And the strategy here is that you're simply trying to get more light on the ground to perpetuate that light exposure so the native plants have regular opportunities for growth and emergence. And delaying your sprays till another time kind of gets them out of the way. So for example, early fall sprays or very early when things it's not as important for those native plants, or very early spring sprays, some of these invasives are going to come up way before everything else. So cut stump treatment, like I said, is an option for these. And there's a tool that's often not used because it's mostly used in commercial forestry practices, and we call it a brush cutter. Now, a brush cutter can simply be a weed eater, a trimmer that you put brush blades on. And you can put small brush blades on these. You can put metal brush blades on, plastic brush blades. The plastic ones and the ones that may only have like 2 to 4 blades on them, they're not as effective against big plants, meaning plants with stems that are pretty wide. But they're very effective even down to woody plants if those things are like usually 1/2 inch or smaller in diameter. Another option is if you have these small plants that are tall enough that you could spray the stems under, you can use a triclopyr 4 solution. Garland's another name for this, Garland 4 specifically. Remedy Ultra is another name for this. You can actually mix that in an oil, like a basil oil at 20%, and you could spray these stems at just about any time of year, and it will usually kill them, and you don't have to cut anything. And that works, again, on plants that sometimes are a little bigger at the same time. So the message with these short plants are you have more options, and you have options where you don't even have to spray, but the more plants you have, the harder the physical labor becomes. Now, scattered tall shrubs. We're getting up into things that are usually your height and taller. You can still foliar spray those extremely effectively. What's more effective, though, is to do a stump treatment, because that stump treatment, you're using a higher concentration of herbicide, but you're also being very, very precise. So you're not spraying like a wide canopy of a plant. You're not spraying lots and lots of plants over an area. You're spraying this very, very precise area that is only the stem that you cut. When you have a mix of plants, you can go in and you could cut these larger ones and get them out of the way. And then what that gives you is more options for different treatments, you know, whether it's hand pulling or foliar spraying or whatever it is for the short plants. But the key here is when you have tall shrubs, you usually want to get them out of the way first. And like I said, you have all the same options, but you do not usually have hand pulling. And a note, we do not usually recommend excavating, digging up, using equipment or anything like that, large plants, because what you're doing is you're digging up, you're removing a larger root system, and you're doing intensive soil disturbance. And the more of those larger plants you have, you're really going to end up harming the habitat more than you're going to be helping. Even though you may believe that less herbicide use for your goals is valuable, you're doing a more intensive type of harm if you do excavate too many large plants. Here's an example. For those of you that know me, this is me in my unbearded days. I don't know if I'm maybe not so proud of that or not, but either way, behind me is something called autumn olive. And for any of you that might be watching or watch this in the future from eastern Kentucky or even farther western Kentucky on strip mines, you ought to be very familiar with this plant. This is a time of year where it has the red berries on it. Autumn olive is one of our worst invasives. It really likes sunny locations, so you don't usually see it in the deep woods very often, or when you do, the plants usually aren't very big or very many. So this is just an example of what a large plant can look like, and you don't even see the whole thing. That plant itself was at least 12 foot tall, and I ended up treating those that I was working on in that field with a chainsaw and a pressurized spray bottle because I had to. It wasn't a situation where I could use larger equipment, and we had to get these plants out of the way because they cast too much shade, and that's the main effect of invasive plants. Again, at least in a competition perspective with other plants, they cast too much shade for the native plants to grow at all, to germinate, or at least to do very well. And they grow so rapidly over any area that that shade develops extremely quickly. And within just a few years' time, you can have an entire field, an entire woodland edge covered with things like bush honeysuckle or autumn olive. And your other efforts in management have basically disappeared, or they develop so quickly that they create a situation that's extremely hard to deal with. All right, here's another example of tall, dense growth. So we talked about tall, scattered growth, right? Tall, dense growth. Tall, dense growth, all this basically under this tree canopy, and this is a city park in Frankfort, Kentucky. We actually cleared this area 3 to 4 years after we took this picture. But this tall, dense growth is much more difficult to use a foliar spray with because it's covering such a large area. There's such a high risk of non-target effects, meaning collateral, meaning you're spraying things you don't want to spray. And you simply can't get to all these plants very well to get the coverage that you need because just treating half of the plant, you're very likely to have that plant resprout or only part of it die even. So it's just not very efficient to foliar spray this type of situation unless this situation is very narrow and you're only dealing with plants that are a couple of plants wide or rows that are a couple of plants wide. This, however, is covering acres. So this, in almost all cases, requires some kind of cutting equipment like chainsaws, or you might hire or rent something we call a forestry mower, also called a forestry mulcher. And there's a brand that's thrown around, and we kind of call all of these pieces of equipment this. Sometimes you might use the term fecon. And it's this big cylindrical, what we call like barrel mulcher that is usually on the front of something like a skid steer. And it can go in and make short, quick work of this. And that piece of equipment is extremely effective when you have acres to cover. Because if you're hiring somebody to do this work, there's a threshold you run into. Once you get up into multiple acres, if the ground will allow, or the conditions will allow larger equipment, sometimes it's actually more cost effective to do that. Then you would have to follow it up with sprays after they all resprouted. But in this case, what we did was we cut this by hand. I might say by hand with chainsaws, a team of us did, and some volunteers, and then we sprayed the stumps, and it's very, very effective. So tools you're usually going to use are chainsaws. You can use reciprocating saws with this though, but it's slower going. And when you're talking about acres, you have to make sure you have plenty of batteries and blades to get you through the job. And then a forestry mulcher with resprouts. And usually you're going to do one of two things. You're either going to treat the stumps immediately with your proper herbicide, or you're going to do the stump, you're going to cut them and then come back at another time after you've got a foot or two of growth on those plants. What you cannot do is you cannot simply cut them and walk away. Because if you cut them and walk away with anywhere from a couple to a few years' time, it's going to look either exactly like it did before, or it's going to look even worse because you've created more stems. So this is an example of an autumn olive that was cut down to almost down to the treatment level. You can treat this actually if you're using an oil mixture. But I guess I put this up here because the point being, you need to cut every single stem. And then you need to treat every single cut surface. If I only treat one of those stems, the rest of it's going to keep trucking, and those roots are going to keep growing. And then what you did was you threw all your efforts away. Now, sometimes it's valuable to do just a temporary cut and then come back later. It just kind of depends. But when we're dealing with invasives, in almost 100% of cases, if you just walk away, sometimes you've even done more harm than good. Here it's a chainsaw, or if you're dealing with lots of these, it's that mulcher that I was talking about. So what I do first, actually, what you see is in the background of that picture is the top of that shrub. I have to cut my way into it before I can start cutting on that. And then I'll cut this sucker as close to the ground as I can, and then I'll treat it. Another thing that we deal with is climbing vines. So this particular picture, let's see, all this is one plant probably coming off one vine that's growing out of the ground. This is called winter creeper. Winter creeper is a beast. It grows under deep shade. It grows up these trees, and when it grows up the trees, that's when it flowers and that's when it fruits, and that's when birds can carry it around. But you can treat these just like a shrub. You can cut them off close to the ground and just treat the cut surface. When they're growing on trees, you want to be careful not to cut into the tree, because if you're using herbicides, you don't want to treat that tree if you want that tree to live by accident with the herbicide. So just be very careful with that. These vines can get huge, several inches in diameter, and there's so many tendrils that attach them to the tree that it's almost impossible sometimes to pull large vines off. So sometimes you're simply left with cutting the vine to kill it, to prevent it from making new plants and to kill it on the tree. All right, this is winter creeper covering the ground of the same location. And so nearly every single thing that's green in this picture, so everything in this section is all winter creeper. Can you hand pull this stuff? Yes, you can. Here's the problem. Everywhere that new leaves are growing off the vine, it's almost always growing new roots. So if these plants have much size to them, these plants are going to have just countless thousands of rooting points at that site. So in almost all situations, when you hand pull only, you're leaving lots of plants in the ground. However, if that's all that you have to work with, that is still a good practice, because remember, these things are creating a carpet of shade that's preventing anything from growing up into them. Now, another option that you have, smothering is really not that effective, and by smothering I mean you're shading it. You're just blocking sunlight. That could be tarps, that could be large pieces of plastic, of some type. It needs to be non-transparent so the sun can't get to it, but it's just not that effective because you're not getting most of the growing points, and this thing is extremely resilient in shade. Now, foliar sprays you can do. Most often in natural resources management, the active ingredient glyphosate, which is the active ingredient in Roundup, as well as lots of other products, is usually the one that's most commonly used. That's because I won't say it's foolproof, but it's relatively safe relative to other herbicides specifically, and it's very effective. And we can, it's been so well used that we know how it works very well. However, glyphosate is not very effective here. This plant has a thick leaf. The leaf has a thick covering, the cuticle to it, and then it has a cuticle over the early growth too on the vine. What's more effective is to use a product like triclopyr 4 on this. You can mix it in water and it's perfectly effective, or you can mix triclopyr 4 in water and use an oil-based adjuvant. An adjuvant is just something you add to an herbicide mixture. And something like methylated seed oil is an oil-based surfactant, actually. And you can mix it with your solution, or if you're only using glyphosate, you can also mix a little bit with that. And what that oil does is it helps bring the herbicide in through the woody tissue, and so more of the area that you sprayed becomes a point that can take up the herbicide. Now, all herbicides are not safe to use near water, and this picture is also used because you have this little drainage right here, and you may have other streams next to this. So you have to be very, very careful with the herbicides that you're using, because some herbicides are very toxic at certain levels after it's been in the water for a certain amount of time to some of the life living in it. But what's going to tell you that is the product label. So no matter what I tell you, the gold standard is the product label, no matter what. All right, let's talk a little bit more about these treatment principles. And we use these plants as a model. You can use these plants. We talked about honeysuckle, specifically bush honeysuckle and autumn olive, but you can use that against any shrub. You can also use those treatments on trees, although when we talk about trees, we have a couple more options. And we talked about foliar treatments against vines. So most of these treatment methods we can use against lots of different kinds of plants. Whenever you can, when you're doing cut stump treatments, which is that treatment where we cut the woody plant as far down as we can and we treat only the cut surface, I said surfactant. Surfactants aren't always needed with a cut stump treatment. That's more when you're treating the foliage. But use a spray indicator, which is a dye. All products will not say dye, though. They may be called spray indicators or turf markers or something like that. We do that because you can quickly lose, especially in the woods, you can lose where you've been. I usually never treat more than a few plants at a time, and I count as I go before I treat, and then I use a dye in that treatment, so I've treated that. Because you don't want to add extra herbicide to our habitats than you have to, and you want to know that you didn't miss something at the same time. When you're doing cut stump treatments, it's usually best to treat in the fall. Now, you can treat with cut stump all year long, depending on the herbicide. So, for example, triclopyr solutions like triclopyr 4 are more effective all year than something like glyphosate. Glyphosate can be relatively ineffective certain parts of springtime. So it really does depend. Look at your product label, get up with your extension agents, your wildlife biologists, your service foresters, or us here at K-State, or the forestry folks at UK Forestry. Contact any of us and we can help you with these kinds of things. Cut stump treatments are very labor intensive because you're always dragging brush. You're always having to move brush out of the way, and these plants can be very heavy. And cut stump treatments are effective against trees, shrubs, and woody vines. They don't work on grasses. They don't work on your wildflowers and things like that. It's for these woody plants, really. But they are very precise. We mostly use cut stump treatments in the woods, but we also use foliar treatments. And one of the common questions that comes up is, how can you justify spraying the entire woods with these chemicals? Well, these aren't crop fields where we are spraying sometimes every surface of every acre, right? Those broadcast sprays. Most of the time in the woods, we're trying to be very precise. Although we do these treatments also in other types of habitat, we're trying to be as precise as possible because we're almost always looking at ecological improvements, and so we're trying to be very careful with what we're doing. like I said, cut it as close as you can to the ground. Oftentimes when I'm working with volunteer groups or advising others working with volunteer groups, we don't usually allow volunteers, unless they're used to using power tools as part of their daily jobs, so they're vetted, basically. We don't put power tools into the hands of inexperienced folks, or you just may not be very comfortable with that, and so they often leave a shrub cut very high, anywhere from a couple of feet to a few feet tall. And when they do that, they may not treat it at all or only treat that cut surface. If you leave a plant tall, you do need to treat the whole surface of that. But it's not going to be effective unless you're using an oil-based solution, such as triclopyr 4 mixed in a basil oil product, because that you're farther from what we call the root collar, where that stem and root grow together. And so your treatment is just generally less effective. And what you want to do is you want to maximize the surface area that the herbicide absorbs into. So you need to use a specific product in a specific way. We use the term systemic with these herbicides, and Dr. Lucas did a good job of explaining the different uses and appropriate uses of organic herbicides. And currently we don't have, unless there's a brand new product that came out that I'm not aware of, we don't have systemic herbicides in the organic world yet. And systemic means that that plant moves into, that herbicide, that product moves into the vascular system of the plant, and it moves throughout the plant. Because we want the herbicide to move into the roots, because that's required to kill these plants, which are usually perennial plants. And that's the key there too. You have more options actually when you're treating annuals, or you're treating first-year perennial plants. Perennial plants have advanced root systems that keep growing all year. Yes, roots do grow even during what we call the dormant season. It's just much, much slower. So we need we need systemic herbicides to do these kinds of treatments. Treat immediately after cutting. Anything that's water-based, it's not effective after a few hours, period, in cut stub treatments. Oil-based things, you have a little bit more to work with, but the reality is, from those that have done this for a long time or treating large areas, even if you have an oil-based solution, an oil-based chemical like Garland 4 or something like that, that works, that you have more hours or even days to work with, you're going to forget about that, and it's not going to get treated, period. Treat it right after you cut it, or you're going to lose it and you're going to forget about it. Good intentions have failed. Good intentions have showed this time and time again. Oil-based and water-based solutions are both very effective. Just know what you're using in the situation you're using it in. All right, so this is an example of lots of small stems. You can treat these with loppers. You cannot hand pull this. It's just not going to work. Doesn't matter if you deadlift 800 pounds, you are not pulling that plant up. I'll put money on it. This is where a chainsaw, reciprocating saw, battery-powered, gas-powered, it doesn't matter, or even a handsaw works on these size things. Treat each stem. Now, another option you have with this is to not cut it at all and use that 20 to 50% solution of product in an oil, usually something more close to 20%, and you simply spray the stems, spray the bottom foot and a half of every single stem, and that oil will bring the herbicide into the plant, then down to the roots, and you can usually leave it standing dead. Something like large, very large honeysuckle sometimes has layered bark, and this is what we call a basal stem treatment, by the way. These basal stem treatments aren't as effective on very large plants with thick bark, or these plants sometimes that have thick layered bark, and thick layered bark can happen sometimes in a large bush honeysuckle, and so basal treatments are not quite as effective as they might be on something like a large autumn olive. And this does, by the way, I learned very recently, work very well, according to David Brown at EKU, on calorie pear, up to a few inches in diameter. So I want to be trying that here very soon. This is an example of a cut and treated autumn olive, and the arrows on this image are pointing to the individual stems that all came out of the roots, and I had to treat each individual stem, because every individual stem is separated by a layer of bark. And you can treat simply a couple of those stems and not the other side, and that plant might resprout next year. So be careful with that. Once you get into this size, though, that's a few inches wide, hand saws become very difficult. Using hand saws below your waist, because your shoulders and your arms just don't work effectively, moving that saw back and forth very straight, it becomes more difficult. You can use a Sawzall, or reciprocating saw on this also, but the larger it becomes, it's just the slower the work comes. This is very effective, though, for chainsaws. I'm going to go back to this, going forward instead of back, before I show the model there in the picture. This size stem, most of these are an inch-ish and smaller. That brush cutter blade that I'd mentioned and didn't continue talking about earlier, which work very well on commercial size weed eaters. You can get these brush blades that look like circular saw blades, something that might go on a circular saw, a table saw, and those are designed for this kind of work. Brush blades that only have 2 to 4 lobes on them look like blades. They're not very effective on this stuff. You can make it work, but it's just not efficient. And commercial size weed eaters work really, really well on this. You can use your residential sizes. It's better to use them on straight shafted models, but then Husqvarna, Stihl, Echo at least used to, they actually make or used to make, I know Husky and Stihl at least do, brush cutters, also sometimes called clearing saws, which are very, very large models that are like weed eaters, but they're like souped up weed eaters designed for this stuff. You can actually cut larger stems, and what those brush cutters allow you to do is cut without leaning over. So these small things where you have a lot of stems are perfect for this kind of stuff, and I recommend them highly. It really, really makes your work more efficient when you're dealing with small stem things. And as I'm moving through the woods sometimes, and I'm using usually a pressurized handheld sprayer with adjustable nozzles, sometimes I don't even have to lean over if the stem's big enough to spray that after I've cut it. So anyway, just keep that in mind as far as like appropriate tools. All right, this is Ms. Abby, and this was a few years ago. Abby is, at least at this point in time, she was a middle school student, to give you an example of probably how tall she is. And that red line next to Abby's fingers is the perfect example of a plant that can be hand-pulled or foliar sprayed. And she is specifically pointing out privet, but right next to her is bush honeysuckle also. So this is a great candidate for hand-pulling or foliar treatments. But even this size, however, keep in mind, when it's been very dry and your soils are very clayey, that can even be difficult. And if you simply pull that and break the stem off, it's still got roots, it's still going to keep growing. Here, Abby is showing us a good candidate for either foliar sprays, the chainsaw, the reciprocating saw, or the brush cutter. And if you have enough room to get to the base of that bottom foot of that plant with a sprayer, this is a good treatment candidate for basal bark sprays at the same time. And basal bark sprays is where you can leave them standing dead or simply come back later and cut them down. All right, Abby is standing in front of a tall bush honeysuckle, and you'll see the red line up here. So this can be treated with a foliar spray, something like triclopyr or glyphosate in a 1 to 3% solution. 2% solution is just kind of a standard. But you have lots of things that you may not want to spray, so there's the risk. This is a great candidate for the chainsaw or the reciprocating saw. I would not suggest, I've just not seen where hand saws are very effective once you start cutting this plant down towards the ground. You can use loppers, though, to limb this thing up to get the upper brush out of the way so that you can get to the stump. So you can cut that down to a stump. Now, also this last picture, when you have a lot of these, once again, especially if you have acres to cover, you might also consider renting or hiring out somebody to use a forestry mulcher. It's a very effective tool. All right, tools. These are the sprayers we talked about, that one in the middle. Oh, let's see. There we go. The one in the middle, that's a pressurized handheld sprayer. It holds just under half a gallon. Some of them will hold half a gallon. I don't buy the cheapest ones of these I could find because they've almost always leaked or failed to hold pressure. I'm usually using an oil solution in these. Sometimes I have multiple ones though, because I don't like to mix my solutions. If I'm using a water-based solution or something's glyphosate only, that'll be a separate bottle than something that's triclopyr only. Or if I have a mix of triclopyr and glyphosate or other things, they get labeled and they stay separate, because you really need to do that because sometimes you have different targets and different goals and needs for those separate herbicides. Now the spray bottle on the right, the spray bottle on the right, you can find everywhere. Very, very effective for cut stump treatments. Both of these are. Although I have sprayed the occasional basal treatment and the occasional, where we don't have a lot of plants, foliar treatments with a pressurized one. The one on the bottle on the right is not pressurized. You have to keep that sprayer going, and lots of folks use these very effectively. You can get them for a couple of bucks, whereas the one on the left, it's going to cost you, at least a decent one, is going to cost you at least $8 or $9 and up, $8 or $9 to $20 to use something that's good enough quality to use frequently over a lot of plants. Sometimes you can get these bottles on the right, though, that will leak. They don't seal as well as others. I've almost never had an issue with, a quality pressurized spray bottle leaking on me, although I have occasionally dropped one on a rock and busted it. I've hit one with a saw before and accidentally sprayed myself. I just want to bring those things up to let you know to be very careful. And almost any time I've ever had a mishap, it was due to I was working in very hot conditions over lots of hours, and I was not paying attention to my condition, and it caused those things to happen. So anyway, some of the tools you can use now in the back, in the back you see a small, what we call a top-handled saw, but basically it's just a short chainsaw. If you're using chainsaws or reciprocating saws, are very, very effective when you're having to stand inside the canopy of a large shrub to get all those branches out of the way. And two, they're lighter. Now, so like carrying a 15-pound saw versus a 7.5-pound saw, huge difference, and it allows me to go for hours more at a time without potential creating risk to myself or the others around me. Now, there's a danger with top-handled saws, and that you don't have quite the leverage when a kickback event happens, but all of these, or at least nearly all of these top-handled saw models, that size saw, you can also get in rear-handled models, which is a little bit safer, but just some things to consider. This is a backpack sprayer. I don't usually use backpack sprayers when I'm doing cut stump treatments, but I do use backpack sprayers all the time when I'm covering large areas of foliar treatments. That's almost exclusively what I use those for, although sometimes you may want to treat a lot of plants with a basal treatment, and you can get, a lot of these backpack sprayers. You can find these very, very cheap also, but once again, you do get what you pay for. But in the $50 to $70 range, you can get a pretty decent quality backpack sprayer. This particular one's more than that. It's probably a $130 sprayer. But I know that I can also mix oil solutions in this, and the seals will handle it as long as I'm maintaining it. So anyway, some things to keep in mind. You can use this for foliar sprays if you're doing a lot of stump treatments on larger stumps, and basal treatments at the same time. And you can even do small-scale pollinator habitat with this, and they make wands for this, like boom extensions for this that go on the end of your wand, where you can spray wider areas. All right, hack and squirt treatment is another treatment to think about, and this is another one of those you're going to use on trees. Trees where you can leave the tree standing dead. It's very common to use this treatment in forestry situations where you're doing crop tree releases, or where you're just doing some kind of thinning. And what this means is you're using some kind of tool, an axe, a machete, or something like that, and you're cutting at a downward at an angle just inside the bark. And then you're using an herbicide mixture you use with a cut stump, and you're squirting it inside that cut. That's why it's called hack and squirt. You hack into it, and you squirt into the cut. And the number of hacks, you're usually going to make a cut, and then you're going to leave a space. Then you're going to make another cut. Some labels on the herbicide labels will tell you how many hacks per the size of the tree that you have. But when that's not available, probably a good rule of thumb is leave an inch or two between hacks. And most of the time it's recommended to use water-based solutions, a water-based herbicide with this. I've never used oil-based herbicides with these, so I honestly don't know whether there's an issue with that or not. But this one's really reserved for trees, and it's easiest to get trees that are up to a few inches, but you can treat trees that are down to a couple inches with this. And by inches, I mean a couple inches in diameter. Basal bark treatments, just to follow up on that, spray the lower foot and a half of every stem or the trunk of the tree you're using. 6 inches or less in diameter is kind of the standard because sometimes your bark thickness increases, and on shrubs that have layered bark, that can be a problem. Although occasionally it can work effective. Somebody told me once that they treated Osage, probably 12-inch diameter Osage very effectively with this. I've never done it myself, but there's those situations where it works at all. Save this for herbicides you can mix in oils like triclopyr 4. Use a spray indicator, a dye, and you want to use this when you can leave the plant standing dead, and it works all year long. Do not treat when you have, when it's about to rain, when the bark is soaking wet from rains, or when the soil is very saturated, because the runoff from your sprays can sometimes move in those conditions, or simply wash off of the plant. And this works on trees and shrubs. Other methods, mowing. You can mow these plants, like I said, like a bush hog. Bush hogging, you usually want to do these for plants under a couple inches, just for the life of that bush hog or that deck you're using, or mulching, like forestry mulching. Now, if you're just going to be mowing it multiple times a year, just as like grounds maintenance, obviously you don't have to treat those plants. But right when you stop, these plants are going to resprout. Or you can do this if you're going to come back at a later time and spray the resprouts. Hand pulling again, save this for young annuals, young biennials, or first-year perennials that are very short. Smothering, which is the same thing as shading, use a non-transparent material. But know that it can take multiple years to kill a plant, and I've seen situations where there was attempt at smothering plants that were completely covered, these perennial woody plants, and 3 and 4 years later, you remove that material and that sucker resprouts the next year. So these things are called invasive for a reason. Goats is something that comes up frequently. Can I use goats to kill all my plants? And I suggest goats if you want to reduce the amount of herbicide you're using, you want to get access into dense growth, or, for those sustainability situations, if you're going to let goats in occasionally, like rotate them through, and you're not concerned about the native plants, that is a concern, especially the native woody plants. If you're not concerned with them, and you only care about keeping the invasives out at all costs, goats are very effective. But once again, they're probably best for giving you access or reducing the amount of herbicide you have to use simply because they reduce the biomass, the amount of plants on the site. They are not a golden ticket, though, to getting rid of invasives. Because if you're trying to improve a habitat and you have to use goats so frequently that that's the only solution you have to keep all the invasives out, you're probably also suppressing your natives. But this is a field too, this is a topic that we really do need to explore a lot more, and that those that are using goats still, there's a lot of questions that we have for it, and we're going to explore this more even in our programs here at K-State. All right, general plant control guidelines, and we'll wrap this up. Kill the roots when you can, otherwise it's just going to resprout. The smaller the area, the less necessary herbicides become because you have more tools. So you're just physically able to do more work in a smaller area. Large areas, though, when we're getting close to an acre and several acres, are very difficult to manage without herbicides because of the sheer volume of plants and the size of them in those mixed situations. And we never have enough people or resources to do all this by hand. It's almost never possible, except in very, very rare occasions. Cut and treat methods are very precise and usually the most effective method for woody plants. But usually you do want to look at your site and use an integrated approach, using that integrated approach so we can be safer, only use herbicides we have to. And because we're almost always looking to either improve an ecological condition or to do maintenance in a system, maybe perhaps a crop system, where we do want to be very careful with our herbicide use. First treatment or two is the most significant and it's the most work, but you're always going to have follow-up treatments. I can tell you examples of folks in situations where they only wanted to treat once and they were confident against consultation, against advice. That was all that was necessary. And 100% of the time, it's never enough. So make sure you're planning follow-up treatments in every single situation. And Dr. Lucas did a good job at mentioning that, and our other speakers too did a good job at mentioning how these regular maintenance is necessary, this perpetual maintenance, because we're always working in disturbed systems, and disturbed systems have the most amount of weed or invasive pressures to it. All right, we're not going to cover this so much, but I included this for you to go back and review yourself, read the label, and here's some examples of how to do the math for the herbicide solutions that we're talking about. I will make one note, though. When we're mixing these and we say 2% solution or 25% solution, the math does not include the amount of the percent of active ingredient in the container. We're talking about mixing a volume straight out of the container. And when folks do that, what happens is you sometimes end up not using enough because you're cutting it too much. So, but once again, read the label. Sometimes we may not trust the label because we have this opinion that, big industry is always bad, but all of us that actually do this work, that don't want to be using herbicides and that always want to be doing things smarter and more sustainable for our crop systems or for our ecological systems, that's our goal. We've seen from experience that the label is the safest advice, the safest recommendations. So use that because we know that that's the best information we can use. All right, there's my contact info again. Call me. Call all of our speakers. Please reach out to these folks because what you saw was a lot of different backgrounds and a lot of different situations. And all of us know each other. And we're working together on these things to give you the best information possible. And hit up these speakers too, because these speakers, everybody who spoke today, are the folks in the field getting their hands dirty. Their recommendations are tried and true, and they're speaking from experience. With that, I'm going to get out of the way. Please contact us, and please also attend future Third Thursday programs. And with that, I hope you have a great rest of the day. Thank you.